the front chairs. Hope sessions were really helpful and you getting out. This mic is not, it's breaking. Hello, hello. Hello. I think it's good now. Yeah, so I hope yesterday you learned something new and went back with some learnings, something new. And today is not going to be any different for sure. You might have already noticed that today's setup is a little bit different. We have two halls. One is on the first floor and this is the second one. There are different talks scheduled in both the halls, and the schedule with the title of the talk is on our website, frappe.io/build, and it is also printed outside the conference room. So whichever talk you find is interesting for you, you can be a part of that talk. And we are going to record both the sessions. So in case you are missing out on any of the talk, you can always go back on YouTube and watch it later. With that, the first session, we will start with the first session. It's an open discussion, the future of framework. We have a Frappe team here, and I'm sure a lot of you might have already used Frappe framework in some capacity. So it's an open discussion. If you want to talk anything, if you want to share anything, any areas of improvement if you feel there are, you can feel free to share. I'll invite Rishabh and the team to start the discussion.
Maybe we'll use it. Maybe we'll use it to do some whiteboarding. Okay. Yeah. So good morning, everybody, and welcome back. So this session was not planned because my colleague Nabeen was supposed to do a talk on why ERP next, but unfortunately he's unavailable to make it today. And so we have half an hour to think about, because a lot of everything we do is on the Frappe framework, and a lot of you use the Frappe framework, and somehow in all the discussions, ERP Next is also getting ignored, and the framework is also getting ignored in a way. And while we are continuing to do push performance fixes and some security and other fixes, I just wanted to explore like what is next for the framework. Like, do people have any ideas on what should Frappe framework be in the next 5 years or 10 years? And because the framework continues to be the fundamental building block of everything what we are doing, just wanted to get an idea, because I mean, I do have some ideas, but yeah, I would like to hear from more people. And yeah, think of it as like a feature request session. So maybe what I was thinking is we don't have a whiteboard, but we can list down like all the feature requests that people get and see how frequently they are, and like maybe some way to crowdsource features for the framework. So I don't know if we can open up a let's use Frappe Drive. Open a new it's already open on some other. Yeah. Suraj is here. Suraj has been a framework maintainer for almost 3 years, 4 years. 4 years. Nice. Ankush also had to unfortunately leave yesterday, so he was the maintainer for the last 1 year. And Who else has worked on framework a lot? Sagar, I don't know if Sagar is already here. Sagar is not here, but yeah, Sagar is also an active contributor. So yeah, anybody has ideas, crowdsource, like your dream feature in Frappe framework. Yeah, maybe wait for a few other people, then they will kind of you will get an idea. So most people are familiar with framework here. I'm not assuming we have to talk about framework here, but Faris was a maintainer for framework for a while. Aditya is here. Haan, bolo.
Uh, just to get you guys started, so one of the new lineup inquiry we are starting on framework. A couple of years ago, essentially we had this idea that the new apps that are coming, that are more like SaaS apps. You don't want to create one database per app. So, you want to have one huge database for thousands and millions of customers. So we started exploring Postgres at that time, and we have some row-level multi-tenancy PR happening for Postgres. So that was essentially geared towards game plan, builder, CRM, all these apps where you don't customize a lot, you don't add doc types a lot. So we had dropped that inquiry for a while. In exchange, what we have done is we are trying, so Akhil from our team is trying to figure out SQLite for framework at least. Because then, like, instead of running MariaDB and then the whole overhead of MariaDB, we are just running SQLite. So anybody can't hear you? Okay. So, okay. Yeah, so for database level, single database level multi-tenancy, we are trying to do SQLite. So if you have any ideas along that line, maybe ask.
So I think multi-database support comes. I think SQLite is what the Frappe team wants to explore because we want to give really cheap sites to people. And if you're familiar with SQLite, that will, I think we can reduce the price of a basic droplet or a basic site to even like $1 or so per month. If we do SQLite. So that is one project we want to do. Sagar is here. Maybe you can. We are making a feature request.
Hello. Audible? So, when I joined Frappe, I think I started with framework. And this whole idea of using the UI to build the database model was very new. I think now, I think some projects might have adopted it, but even now, I think a lot of developers are very used to this defining a model through the terminal or Python class. So this designing the model and a lot of things from that, from the UI was, I think, groundbreaking. And Frappe framework has a lot of these good ideas. I want to see them reach their max potential. Right now, we are limited by things like child tables and checkboxes. It should be really a studio-like environment. I think Studio might do that, but whichever app does, basically I want to design the model, right from the model designing and all the standard pages like list views, form views, report views can have much more level of customization, which Frappe framework already brings. I just want them to reach their, I don't think it is max potential, yes. More polish, yes, and a lot of more features, according to me. I think some of the features are already, we can see them in CRM. Basically, you can change layout. You can have different kind of form layout. So right now, the form is very simple. You see the fields and then comment area. All of those parts should be customizable. So a lot of yeah, split view and yes. Suraj.
I just want to want a feature like support for storing only sending only delta changes to the server and updating the JSON so that updates are faster and the payload size is small. Um, and also the versioning of documentation, I need that to be better. So yeah, these two things. I think we have a PR for document versioning. I think a review is pending on that. Yeah, document. S- Yeah, so whatever changes you make, I think that PR creates a separate record and you can revert to that record basically. If you, yeah, snapshotting. Yes. This is not documentation.
So I would like tighter, sort of we have a layer over the database which we call DB query. Um, it's nice and we all use it, but I would like it to allow less SQL constructs and have a more Pythonic API. Um, yes, change DB query basically. So that's get all and get list basically. Uh, yeah. Um, Pythonic API would, so Frappe would control how it translates to SQL and it reduces security issues. Um, and I think right now we are doing a lot of regex parsing to identify SQL constructs, and removing all of that and introducing a Pythonic API would also significantly improve performance for those endpoints. Um, yeah. Apart from that, I have idea. I don't know. I have a couple of ideas for features. One I have already put up on GitHub. It was a proposal that has a good number of likes also. Basically, document templating I had proposed at once upon a time, where basically if you have a sort of, for example, payment entry template pay to XYZ supplier, then you can load that template and then you only have to fill the fields that are required to be changed. And so you save a lot of time like that. And so you could, for each doc type, you could create templates and then pre-fill with those templates. And apart from that, yeah, yeah, for each document. Um, and one other thing, I think, yeah. Um, so forms are basically forms right now, but some forms should instead be flows, where you have multiple screens and one screen. So the same way that setup wizard is a flow, some forms would be more better for the user as a flow. Yeah. So these are my ideas.
Okay, I have some more ideas. So I think Frappe framework permissions is designed to be configured from UI, from database records. There are some hooks, but they don't feel first class. While we are building these new apps, I think what I've seen is everybody is building their own permission layer. While some apps might need that, I see this gap where Frappe framework should provide a first class permission configuration layer where it automatically hooks into the get list and get doc and actions. I have some ideas, but yeah, that is something. Yes, so you, some standard syntax. So right now, things like permission query conditions, where you return a string, SQL where condition string, it doesn't feel solid. So it should be Pythonic, and internally it should handle. Internally it should convert it into SQL or a Python condition or whatever, but it needs to be first class.
Something connected to that, I'll join there only. So currently we have hooks which allow us to further restrict permissions for specific doc types. But you have to write the logic in two separate hooks. You have to write the logic in permission query conditions also, and you have to write the same logic in has permission hook also for document level. And it may still not apply in all the places. So there should be a cleaner way where the same logic can be written once and it can apply to both the query and to individual document query. Yeah, actually, Frappe could use a refactor for permission model. Because some things are not very explicit, like people don't know whether user permissions get priority or if owner gets priority, and people don't know whether some permission things are UI only or they actually I think someone had introduced fields for link filters. In doc type, we have introduced a free form field for link filters. Yeah.
But link filters, can we define them in code?
That we already have.
No, not JS, from Python. I mean, if there's a condition in JS, you can still select another document which is not.
Oh yeah. I think that is a valid point. Filters apply only on the client side. They should get validated on the server side as well, which is possible with the field that we have in doc type now, but then that is still passed as JS. So it needs a better structure, I guess, which is compatible with both.
This, you talked about the query stuff, right? So we have this QB get query, which is currently in this limbo state, where where Saga reported a lot of security issues in QB. So I mean, maybe it should be first class. I mean, we should slowly replace all the older. Yeah, that should be the. I mean, it was supposed to be the. Successor to all the older query APIs. Yeah.
So one problem with that is PyPika is not well maintained, right? And while I don't know, it's not okay to call it nascent anymore. We use it now, so might as well maintain it now. rather than getting a new library. It's a tough decision, but
Um, so this idea is like of implemented at a lot of places. It's more about the UI or the layout stuff. So if you guys know Notion, it's very easy to have different views there. As a default view, kind of yeah. So probably if you want a calendar view for tasks. For tasks, you could have Kanban view as a default with easy navigation, etc. So that is one thing. The second is better search for better accessibility. Like for example, when we go to the list view, right? On top of it, we have 4 or 5 filters, and we have to actually choose if I want to filter by title or by supplier, etc. But it could just be one field there, something like that, or something like Control K for quickly navigating or searching fields, etc., which could improve the UX and speed and have better keyboard experience.
Thank you. Hello. So I've been working on certain challenges for one of my client. Mainly, yeah, role management. I think it can be much better, where it's easier to manage the permissions for all the documents. So basically, in certain scenarios, when a document is assigned to certain people, right? Okay, let's give an example. If there is a recruitment process and we create a job opening and you assign interview panel, right? So probably the people who are in the panel and who are assigned to that document should be able to access rather than, so I had to do a lot of customization for that. If there is a option or a way to make it better, so I would definitely do that. And the other part is in the workflow, if that comes under the purview of framework, where workflow is mostly only on the role-based flow, right? It's not specific to a user or a manager and his manager to the next level. So the flow has to go through that. Any process in an organization, if I raise any request, it goes to my manager, then his manager, then his manager. So that flow, again, doing a lot of customization for that, where if you could do it in the workflow itself, it would be an easier option. So these are the things that on a regular basis it comes up. No? It gets shared, but it doesn't fall under the workflow process. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying that this can be either you can customize, build a entire backend code for that. But yeah, I mean, can be made easy. That's one option, which I am doing for one of the clients. But yeah, you can do it in a bit. Yeah.
The point I'm talking about is just a aesthetic view of when we look on a list view. What we are seeing there is the ID is something what we are seeing straight away, which is a random, which is not aesthetically looking good. Rather than, of course, document series is not a mandatory setup for us. Like somehow, if we can make the primary key, yeah. So when we open the document, It just comes in the breadcrumbs as well at the top, which is sort of not a nice to see feel when someone new comes into the system. So if we can do something about it, either make document series mandatory, I'm not sure what are the implications behind it, but if we make it that way or any other ways as well. So just the fact that I wanted to say that it's not aesthetically looking good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I have two ideas. The first one is like an easier way to templating the list view for mobile view. And the second one is the ability to nest child table inside other child tables. I think it is almost done because I think you have said before. But I think in some scenarios it's a good idea.
Hello. I'm not asking for a new feature. Maybe one of the feature which was available in earlier version is not working now. Maybe it is my ignorance, but I'm fairly new to ERP Next. In the list view, there is a place where comments can be counted, but that count is not happening now. Especially when we do a follow-up on leads, we can easily identify how many follow-up have been done on a lead. That is not there now. Second is, there was a column like next follow-up date in the CRM, but that is missing. And if that is there, in the calendar view, we could see who has to follow up on what date and how many follow-ups are queued. So this is also something which is found missing. Maybe, I don't know, there is a workaround for that. Yeah, thank you.
So regarding reporting, so we exclusively have written a query report, and we need to send report to various departments. Those are all the employees put a punch on the morning. So we need to send a separate report to each and every department. So in that auto email report, we may send a daily, monthly, or weekly one. So at the daily, during 10 o'clock, we used to send the email to each and every department regarding their check-in. So that things it would be better to send at specified time. So during 10 o'clock, I used to send auto email report. During 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock. So sometimes they are asking how many of the faculty within the campus at the 10 o'clock. So it would be better to set the time for auto email report. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. So I think, so in the last 10 minutes, what we can talk about is how we can make contributions to framework better. I think we started with the demand side and the supply side. And so, yeah, so anybody tried to contribute, couldn't get your PR, responded, merged? Do you have any feedback on how we can get contributions better? Because the whole point is open source. I don't need to state the obvious that all of you can contribute to the framework and get your name there as contributors. But do you have any bottlenecks, any ideas on how we can get the contribution flow better? Or like, has anybody tried to contribute and found a difficulty, or do you find any problem even starting to contribute? How many of you have raised a PR on the framework here? Nice, at least a dozen. Any problems, any? Okay. Correct. So I think the right part is, I think, Alberto, we can make you a maintainer. Like, so the way it works in Frappe is like you merge, you fix. And there are certain rules that we want to follow, but we can't take community PRs with that approach, clearly. So there has to be some level of filtering that needs to take place. Some people do volunteer. And even within Frappe, like the way we work is we don't have specific job descriptions for people to go and merge PRs. Like somebody will suddenly look and say, okay, maybe, yeah, I don't know, whatever. Anyways, we don't need. So, yeah, there is a bottleneck in reviews that we understand. I don't know how we can fix it, but that is one thing we want to fix. Yeah. There is this wiki called Contribution Guidelines. I hope people have seen this wiki. So we have most of the documentation here. Like just Google. Somehow we need to make this document first class somewhere. It's part of the ERPNX wiki. No, they have to get over the overwhelm. Like there is no other option because there is serious implications to things failing on the framework on an ERPNX. So, I mean, if you want to become a contributor, I think it's a longer path. Start with small fixes. I think small fixes are easier to get merged. Build a reputation, then propose big fixes. I think that is the path I always, and we made some mistakes on that path recently, but. But I'd asked a lot of people. So yeah. Yeah, you can also contribute to documentation. Like if you have looked at the docs itself, docs.frappe.io, it's a wiki. So yeah, this is a wiki. So here also anybody can contribute. This is a new updated version of Frappe documentation. Anybody of here contributed docs? Yeah, 3 people, good. So you can contribute to docs. It's very easy to contribute now. There is a queue and we will kind of approve that also fast. Yeah, so you can give feedback also. That's the other. Yeah, so coming to code contributions. We had applied twice and they rejected us, so we are not applying thrice. So once an ex-GSOC student, like somebody was working at Frappe, Achilles, like he did a GSOC and he made a very good proposal and still they rejected it. So we said like, yeah. Great. So I mean, look at the contribution guidelines. If you want to contribute, we want to welcome contributors. Okay, so I'll give you some more tips on contributions. This is what I just thought. Like if you make friends with an existing contributor, like catch Faris or catch Suraj or catch one of these people. Find them somehow. They are not easily available, but your first trick is to find them somehow where they will respond to you. And then say, hey, I made this fix. Did you reach out to anybody when you made your PR? So reach out to Suraj or Faris. Like see who are the people who are contributing and then send them a personal message. Say, hey, I made this PR. Can you just check it? You can send a message to me on any of the platforms. Then, because now what we also realize is because there are so many contributions, like we don't know who the serious people are. And then it just becomes harder. So anybody who's slightly more interested should just And contribution is also like, what I realize is project maintenance is also a community activity. Like it's not a machine that you can say, okay, this is like, some AI is going to approve, okay, this is good, this is not, right? I mean, because the contribution is probably the beginning and you have to maintain that fix. So if you have sent a fix or you have sent a feature, you are the best person to maintain. So we would want people who, I mean, you are around now, we know you, right? I mean, we'll just blindly accept whatever you say because you've built that reputation in the community. We just want more people to build that reputation. And then we have been very liberal in giving maintainer rights to people, even outside Frappe. Several people have maintainer rights. And then we can expand the whole maintainer community. So if your PR was stuck ever, like just reach out to an existing maintainer, find out how. Easiest way is @tag them on GitHub. That, if you have put a PR and you can see like who has previously contributed on that file. So if you find that, Suraj has contributed on the file, on your PR, like, hey Suraj, can you have a look at it? I think that is more likely to get his attention, and maybe he's the best person to review it because he's already worked on it before. Yeah, I think this whole contribution has to be a more social activity than just, just send a PR and like forget it, like somebody else is going to look at it. Cool, I think we are out of time. And yeah, thanks for all the features. We'll put it on a GitHub issue. I think there is already a GitHub issue on this, so maybe we'll share it. So the next session here, like you want to announce the next session, and there are 2 sessions, right?
Okay, thank you, Rishabh. And we hope more and more people will contribute, and those who are already contributing, thank you so much to you guys. Okay, so now we'll be splitting into 2 rooms. But before we do that, I just want to give a quick shout out to the sponsors of today's event, Hybrolabs, Accentor, and Nawari. These are the guys who help in making these events successful. So one round of claps for them. And second thing is we also have a flash talks scheduled for today. It's at 3 p.m. You all already saw there were 3 flash talks yesterday, but if you had something to share, you did not get a chance and you want to share something today, you can still apply for the flash talk. Okay, so I'll just say the URL, frappe.io/build/flash-talks. So you can apply for the flash talk. Even if you don't have a presentation, just write a good content around it. Just make 1 slide and then you can, you can just narrate the story. So yeah, that's it. So now we have 1 session that will start in the room 102 on the first floor. That session is by Gursheen. She is going to talk about Frappe Slides, which is one of our new products. So I request those of you who are interested in knowing about Frappe Slides, you can move to that room as well. And here we will have a session by one of our Frappe engineers, Rutra. first talk is by Rutra. He is going to talk about improving the developer experience by using tools. And he works in the accounts team. So if you ever raised a L2 support ticket for the accounts module, very high chance that he was the person assigned to that ticket and he solved your issue. So yeah, Rutra, over to you. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. So, am I audible to the last row? Can someone confirm? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's start. I hope everybody had your breakfast. And so, a little bit about me. I'm an engineer. I primarily work as the maintainer of the accounts module in ERP Next. I've been working in Frappe for more than 3 years now. And I use a text editor called GNU Emacs as my primary editor for my day-to-day work. So so there are quite a lot of complicated talks lined up for the rest of the day. I'm not going to do anything complex. I'll just try to do something simple, crude, and fun. So I hope you guys can follow along. So what is this talk about? So it's essentially about developer tools and your experience in using them. And this session is going to be part talk, part live coding session. So let's start. So what are tools? Tools are essentially instruments that you use to accomplish a certain task. And as developers, we use variety of tools to do it. Web browser is one tool, a terminal is another tool. But the thing is, tools are highly subjective. Every developer has high opinions on a certain tool, and they will use it for their day-to-day work. But the critical point to note is the better integrated your tools are, the more you're productive. So what I'm trying to do here in this session is I'm going to take two tools that I used normally in a day-to-day work, and I try to integrate them better so that my developer experience is better in my day-to-day work. So the tools of choice for today is the Frappe Bench. Bench is a command line utility. Pretty much everybody might have used it. You literally use it to run the Frappe app. And another tool called the GNU Emacs, which is I think I'm going a little bit fast. So again, Bench is a command line utility. It's literally used to run the Frappe app. And then another tool that I use commonly is the GNU editor. It's a text editor. It can be configured to run like an IDE with all the language server capabilities. It's close to 40 years old. It's almost like the oldest available software for editing text. So there's some kind of appeal to it. I don't know, maybe I'm biased on it, but I do like softwares that survive the test of time. So first, before talking about integration, I want to give a demo of how a really good integrated tools look like. So I have picked up two different tools to first demo how they are integrated well, and then I'll try to accomplish the same thing for the Frappe Bench from within the GNU Emacs editor. So the first one is ripgrep. I think most of the developers are aware of this. It's essentially a grepping tool written using Rust. It's insanely fast. The thing is, ripgrep is a command line utility, so you literally have to type in command every time you have to grep it. But the Emacs editor has a package called RG, which pretty much simplifies this whole process. So for now, I'm going to quickly show you how well this integration is. Let me quickly move to a source code repository. So imagine you're in ERP Next repo, and you want to search the entire repository for a certain term. So this is the Emacs text editor. The screen that you see is the Emacs text editor. I've just opened a directory. What I can do now, I'm going to run a command called rg, which is ripgrep. If you look at the bottom of the screen, it's asking her regex from my side. So I say maybe show me all the files that has debit in account currency text in it. And it's asking me where do you want to search these files. I just say search in everything. And it's asking me from which directory, and I also specify the directory as well. As you can see here now, it has run the commands. it has fetched all the outputs that the command outputted, and it formatted, and it's giving me in a nice buffer here, like with the text highlight and everything. Sorry. Okay, fine. So the cool thing is, this is nothing fancy here, but when I press the key M, you can see a pop-up buffer with all the individual configurable options of the command line utility. For example, say if I want to, I don't just want to look at the exact matched lines. What if I want to see 1 or 2 lines above or below it? What I can do now is press M. You see the -C key combination is assigned to the show context attribute. So I just press -C, and it's asking me for a context line and how much context you want to see. I just say maybe 5, and I press G again. Now it has rerun the command, and it's giving me the exact output, like the matches and the file lines above and below. So I don't have to retype the entire command in a terminal every time I want to change anything. So another example is like, for example, say I want to limit the number of matches to maybe 2 per file. Again, there's a option. I press -M, and it's asking me how much counts you want to see in a matched counts you want to see in a file. I say 2, and I press G again. Now it has rerun. As you can see, like the results are limited based on the options you specify. So essentially, I'm not even touching the terminal. I'm using the command line utility, but even if you are not aware of all the options, you can configure that extension to display it here so that you can find out parameters that you've never used before. So this is one example. Another example that I want to showcase is Git. There's a package called, so first of all, Git is a version controlling system. It's used primarily in like 99% of all the open source softwares in the world. Emacs has a package called MagGit. It's essentially, again, a user interface on top of the command line utility. I'm going to show a demo of that as well. Okay, again, you're in an Emacs repository. All the Frappe apps are Git maintained. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to run a command called magit dispatch. You can see at the bottom, it's giving me an option of like all the commands that I can execute. Say, for example, if I want to see a log of, Git log of all the commits made by a certain user, I can see the small letter L is assigned to the log command, so I press L. Now it's giving me another option with another pop-up with all the options available for the log command. I'm going to use -A, and it's asking me, okay, what all authors do you want to limit it to? Maybe I just give my name, and then I press L again. So these are all the commits made in the repository by this specific user. So again, I'm not touching the command line terminal. I'm still using the tool, which is the Git, but I'm not leaving my editor. I'm using my editor to do the complex job of running the commands or whatever configurations that or individual parameters that you want to pass. It can be done within the editor itself. So this is an example of, these two are the examples of like highly integrated tools. You don't even have to leave your primary tool to do other tasks. So with these two examples, I think you get the idea of like what I'm trying to do here. Like basically, I want a certain similar set of UI for bench. I don't want to go to terminal and write bench commands. I want to run all of the bench commands from within my editor. So I'm going to keep this very simple. So let's start like, so this is the talk part. Now I'm going to do the actual live coding stuff. So let's start with basic stuff. Let's write some basic commands to run shell commands and fetch the output and display it within the editor. So are you guys following what I'm trying to say here? Like, am I too confusing, or do you want any clarity? Like, a little feedback would help a lot. Like, am I clear? Am I doing fast? Fine, good, fine. Okay, let's start. So first, what we want to do is like, we are an editor. We need to say to the editor, okay, take a command, run it, and give me the output. So what we're going to do now? So you don't have to know the exact syntax. The language that I'm using is called Emacs Lisp. Again, the language itself is almost 40 years old. It came along with Emacs. And I'm not expecting you to follow the syntax. I'm going to narrate what I'm trying to do here so you can pretty much follow up what's happening. I'm going to write a simple command called bench. Maybe let's try to run the bench command with the --help. You might have done it yourself. Like, so the help parameter lists all the options available for the bench command, right? So let's try to do that. Bench help. Also, like, is the screen text visible? Can you make out what's there on the screen? Fine. I'm going to make it interactive, which means I can call the specific function directly from my editor. And Emacs has an API called make process. It can literally create a process. I'm going to give it a name. Let's call it bench process. And it's going to take a command. Okay, it's going to take a buffer. Buffer is basically the screen that the output will be shown. So like, I want to run a command, and whatever the output the command is giving, I want to put it in a certain buffer. I can name it whatever I want, like, so I'm going to call it bench log. And I want to specify the actual command that's going to be run. So here in this case, we're going to run bench, right? Bench, and I want to pass in the help parameter. Okay, I think that should be fine. Now, once the command output is stored in the buffer, I want to switch to the buffer so I can see what happened. So switch to buffer, and I specify the buffer name. So the buffer name is already here. What I can do now, I can create a variable. I use the variable here. Fine. So the function is ready. Let's try to run it and see what happens. So I go to my command executor. I try bench help. Okay, the command is available. I run it, and it's giving me an error. Fine. All right. Minor syntax errors. Fine. So I rerun the command. Like, it ran the command. It fetched all the output. It put the output in a buffer called star bench hyphen log star, and it switched my view from whatever file that I was looking into the buffer output buffer. So now we have a basic setup ready. So help is not useful. Let's try to do something interesting. So basically, we have done this part, calling a shell command. Now let's do something interesting, like bench. Once you initialize a bench, the first step that you do is create a site. So let's try to do that from within the editor. So I'm going to do some refactoring here. Rather than hard coding it to just run the help command, I'm going to rename this to. I'm going to make this a dispatcher, and it can accept arbitrary number of arguments. So whatever arguments that I pass, it's going to pass directly to the command. Fine. Here, I'm going to create a new command to create a site. So create site. Okay, let's find out what all create site requires. So bench new site is the command to create a new site. It appears to have quite a lot of options. Let's try to run it and understand what all parameters are mandatory or required for this to run. Say I specify a site name. So it's asking for a root username. It's already pre-filled, so I'm not going to give that. Enter, and it's asking me for a password. And it goes about creating the doc types. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to understand what are the mandatory parameters for this command, like, so that I can pass it directly from my editor. Okay, and then it's asking me for an administrator password. And now it's done. So that's like 3 different parameters, mandatory ones: the root user, the use root password as well as the administrator password. Yes. Sorry. Okay. Fine. Okay, let's try to do that. We need 3 parameters. So let's start defining some variables. Okay, let's not. Fine. So we're going to read a password from the user. The Emacs editor can actually do that. Like it can literally prompt a user and ask him to enter a password, and it can store it in a variable, and then we can send it directly to the command line program. So what I've done here is I'm just reading the password from the user and just storing it in a variable. Next, what we have to do now, so we've defined a dispatcher command. Now what I'm going to do now, I'm going to pass all these arguments directly as a function parameter. So bench dispatch command, and I want it to run new site. So it's going to ask 3 different user inputs, right? Like the DB root username, the DB root password, and then the admin password. Since all of these mandatory parameters have a flag or a specific options available in the command line itself, I'm just going to directly send it. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to say, is this the DB root username? Is it username? And that is by default always root. And the root password, which we already read and stored in a variable. And the admin password. Was exact text here, admin and hyphen password. For brevity's sake, let's just use the same password as the SQL. I mean, I don't want to read password twice. Fine, this looks done. Okay, I forgot one thing. I have to make this function interactive so I can call it. Okay, let me evaluate this function. Okay, let's try to run it. Bench create site. At the bottom, you can see it's asking me for a password. Okay, done. Okay. We forgot the most important one, which is the site name. Let's do one thing. Let's read the site name from the user as well. Okay, site name defined. I have to pass that site name to the command. Okay, let's try to run it again. Okay, it's asking me for a site name. Let me call it demo2. Yeah, and it's asking me for a password. Okay, something's happening. Okay, fine. It looks like it's running, but the output is very, it's not good. There appears to be some control codes involved, and Emacs is not able to figure out how to handle those control codes. We'll come to that, but let's see if the command runs successfully or not. Fine, yeah, it worked. Yeah, we have both the sides. Okay, now we are barely 16 lines of code. Now we are interacting with the command line tool. We are fetching the output, and the editor itself is taking care of reading the password in a secure way. If you have noticed, the password was not visible when I was typing it, and it's sending it to the command line tool. It's fetching the output and it's putting me in a buffer. I don't know how other editors work, but this is the pinnacle of extensible software in a way. You build extensions based on your requirement. So that's fine. Now let's clean up the output. The output is a little bit ugly. I don't want to bother with the specifics of it. So essentially, you see this capital M, that's a control code, which is a carriage return, which is an instruction to the terminal to go back to the beginning of the line and overwrite whatever it's there. So it appears that it's rendering in the same line. since this is a text editor, we don't want to do that. Let's just write something to print a new line instead of doing a carriage return. You know what I'm going to do? That will require quite a lot of time. So I already returned the handler code. I'm just going to copy it. Don't bother with the exact specifics. So this is a handler code. All it does is just, if it sees the carriage return in its output, it's going to replace it with a new line. That's it, nothing else. And I'm going to pass this handler function to the make process function, saying that like whatever output you get, pass it through this filter and then show the output in the buffer. Did I evaluate this function? Okay, yeah, it's evaluated. Okay, control quotes. Fine, let me reevaluate. Let's try to run the create site command again and see if the output is much better or not. Bench create site, asking me for a site name. Let me name it a different one. I'm supplying my password. Okay, something's happening. Yeah, the output is far better now, like. Okay. Hey, it worked. Good. Fine. So again, we are just like what, 20, 25 lines of code. Now we have a really not perfect, like at least somewhat workable solution. Okay. Now, so we have basic functions ready. Like we can pass any number of arguments to the command line utility, and now we are creating sites literally from the editor. But this is still like quite a lot of typing. Like if you have noticed, like I'm literally calling the function, passing in the site name, passing in my password. Is there any better way? Yes, there are. Like there's a library called transient. Okay, okay, so there's a Emacs library called transient, which allows you to build keyboard-driven actions. So in my initial demo of both ripgrep and git, both of the UI was built using the transient framework. It literally gives you a pop-up with each keys mapped to an individual command. What I'm going to do now, instead of using the built-in Emacs API to communicate with the command line utilities, I'm going to use this transient library, and I'm going to model it based on the ripgrep as well as the magic tool that we just now saw. So let's try to do that. Like, let's rewrite the create site command, but with a better UI. Okay, so we need a new library called transient. Okay, and I'm going to create a transient prefix. So there are some minor details here, like the library has a concept called prefix and suffix. The prefix is the shortcut key and the suffix is the command that has to be executed. I'm going to create a shortcut map, like each key should be mapped to a specific command. You don't have to understand everything, just I'm going to narrate it, so just follow along. So I'm going to define a prefix, and I'm going to call it bench dispatch. I'm going to give a title for this. These are all the bench commands. And I'm going to map the character C, just the key, single character C, to a eLisp function. Fine. Okay, let's try to call this bench dispatch and see what happens. Bench dispatch. In the bottom end, you now see a pop-up. It says bench commands as a title and the character C as a shortcut now. When I press C, now it's asking me for a site name. But I don't want to do that. Like, why don't I fill up all the details in the pop-up itself and then press one key and let it execute? let's try to do that. Like, I'm going to modify this create site bench into a prefix itself. And I don't want to read anything. This should be fine. So root password, that's fine, but okay, fine. Let's not do that. I'm going to create a new prefix, transient define prefix, bench site prefix. Site commands. I'm going to map a key code to asking for a site name. Wait. And then I'm going to move this here. Yeah, so this should work. I'm going to modify this to accept arbitrary number of args. Fine. Let me quickly reference some code. Action command, transient arg value. Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm going to read the site name from the arguments that are passed. Root pass is already read. This all looks fine. Let me evaluate it and try to run it. And for site commands, bench site prefix. Okay, fine. So let's see if it works. Let's see if the pop-up menu works. So I'm calling the bench dispatch prefix command. It's giving me an option, okay, you have one key assigned to another prefix, which is the site command. So I press S. Now I'm with a different pop-up which says it has a site commands, and the -s is assigned to a variable. I can literally set a variable and then execute a command. The variable will be auto-passed. So I'm going to press -s. Now it's asking me for a site name. So I specify site name, maybe demo 4. As you can see, the variable is now set. So you can literally see what all variables are set. And now I press C. Site name is already passed. Maybe I forgot something. Let me go and fix that. Oh, got it. Okay, I don't think we need this. Site. Yep. Sure. So apparently there's audio. You should just give me a few seconds. Okay, fine. So again, let's see how it works. Like basically, what I'm trying to do is like I'm trying to create two pop-ups that automatically is going to ask me certain arguments, store the arguments, and show me what all arguments are, and then within a single keystroke, it's going to execute and give me an output. I'm going to call bench dispatch, and it gives me an option. Okay, inside the key S there are another prefix command, so I press S. Okay, now I can see. Okay, the site there's a command called create site, but there's also a variable called site name that I have to pass. I press -s. Now it's asking me for a name, for a site name. I specify the site name. I specify and press enter. It's stored here. Now I press C. It's asking me for a password. That's fine. Done. So we started off with the basic inputting directly in the bottom. Now we are in like in a nested keyboard shortcut based navigation style now, like literally the same as the Magit as well as the ripgrep demo that I showed. So let this run. So now we've rewritten the original creating site function to use the transient library to be much more user friendly. It has visual feedback, like what all the parameters, what are the values of the individual parameters, and what all keys are assigned to individual commands. Just for conclusion's sake, like, let's also write the drop site and see how it works. Very simple. I just need to add one more line. Let's not add it here, let's add it in the site prefix itself. I'm going to name it drop site. And drop is also going to ask you for a password. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to pretty much copy it. Site name is already passed. I'm going to read the password. I don't think I need to specify. Let me quickly check. So okay, I need the root username and the password. No need for admin. So you can remove the admin password. So I'm passing the root. I also usually, do no backup. I'll pass that as well. Okay, fine. Now we have a drop prefix defined. Let's go through the menu again. It's again same single site commands, but in site commands. Okay, let me evaluate it. Okay. Under site commands, now I have two options. I can either create or drop. So what I'm going to do now, specify a site name, and I press D. Okay, it says no backup. You know what? Let's forget that. Site command, I specify the site, asking me for a password, done. Site 2 already exists. Oh, force. Okay, it's asking me to force it. Fine, I can pass that. Let me reevaluate the function. Sorry? Yes. Yeah, it is calling it. The key D is actually mapped to the drop site function. Mm-hmm. Oh, got it, yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks a lot. Okay, so minor typo. Okay, now I'm seeing the same menu, but I have two options now, either to create or drop. I'm going to set the parameters. Now I press D, asking me for a password. Yeah. Actually, you need when you drop it So now that site is dropped. So within what, half an hour, now under 50 lines of code, now we have a navigable keyboard-based menu to interact with Bench. So I understand the creating and dropping is like a very rare thing. You do it once, but you can again, based on your needs, you can extend it more and more to run tests or to list individual sites or anything like. The whole point of the session was, so that pretty much concludes my session. So the whole point was there's never been a proper integration of any of the tools that we use to do to development in Frappe or in any other Frappe related apps. So I thought I would at least showcase how easy it is with the right frameworks that individual developers can start extending the tools so they become much more productive and ergonomic. I hope, I'm pretty sure there are no Emacs users in the crowd. I'm pretty sure, but there are VS Code and Vim users. I would urge you guys to go and build something like this so that the ecosystem grows and we have much better experience for developers, individual developers. Yeah, that pretty much concludes. Any questions, queries, feedbacks?
Password and all. That may be given in Emac. We can give it in the Emac itself. Is it possible?
So the point is any parameters that you pass,
Okay.
it should be visible for you in the UI itself. Okay. So you set the parameters and then you press one command, all the parameters are sent in one go. So that's the goal. Like you can configure it in a different way, but I think that's still a much better way to use it. You see what all parameters are going to pass. If you want, you can immediately change it before sending it. Any other questions? So another thing, right? Like I'm planning to build this as an actual proper extension and release it like within the next couple of weeks. So if you are using Emacs, you can expect a new package for interacting with Frappe Bench utility. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rudra. I hope that was useful and you got some insights out of it. So I know you all had breakfast just 1.5 hours back, but considering the short, considering we need regular breaks. I know you all are already overloaded with some information. So we'll break for tea and see you all again in here at 11:50. We will start with the next session. Please settle down so that we can start quickly, we can be on time. So the next talk is also by a Frappe engineer. He has been working with Frappe for more than 8 years now. And he wears multiple hats. He has worked in the framework team. He was a part of the Frappe Cloud team as well. He worked on Frappe UI. He has his own product. And today he is going to talk about search. So please welcome on stage Faris Ansari. Hello. Sorry, Faris. Just one request. Please keep your phones on silent. If you are a late riser and you have alarms scheduled, please put them off as well.
Hello. Am I audible? Okay. First, just want to... What? Technical issues.
Really sorry, just a minute. There is some technical issue with the live stream. We'll fix it and we'll start the talk.
Okay. Hello. Okay, I can start? Okay, so first of all, uh, this is a GitHub repo. Whatever I'm going to share today is in this GitHub repo. So let's start. So a bit of background. If you have used any Frappe tools, Frappe framework, website, wiki, game plan, I think all of the search implementations suck right now. So out of, so how many of you have built some kind of search feature in your app? And how many of you are satisfied with the results? I don't see any hands. So even I am very frustrated. In the game plan instance that we use at Frappe, a lot of people complain that I am not able to find what I'm looking for. And over the years, what we have tried is, and I mean this search thing, I mean we have seen in wiki, in web shop, and what we kept doing is just change the search tool. And if you see global search, it uses MariaDB full text search. If you see website search, it uses Whoosh, which is based on Python. And then now currently we are using Ready Search, which is a pain to work with. So what I did, I mean, for the past 2 months, I am dabbling deep into to understand how search works. And I'm going to share my findings. So what I prepared is a few demos to share how the search process works. So I have a list of documents that look like this. There are 10 documents, each with some title, some content, and a timestamp. I'm sure you are familiar with, I mean, any search tool will use these documents to index, right? So I have prepared a list of 10 documents and we'll be working with them. So if you had to implement search from scratch, how would you do it? So this is one way where, so here what I'm doing is, in a for loop, I'm going through the title and content of each document. And what I'm doing is tokenize. What tokenize means is just a fancy way of saying split the text into individual words. So see, we have 5 documents and the content of each document is split into individual words, right? Next, what you can do is store which word is found in which document. So for example, by looping through all documents, you tokenize the words and then you store it in an inverted index. Now inverted index is a fancy way of saying it is a dictionary, basic Python dictionary, where the key is the word and the value is list of documents where that word is found. Simple enough. So some words will be found in multiple documents like this. So this is the step what we call indexing, where we go through all the documents, split the content and then build this kind of index. Now what you can do is say you have a query, user types of query, artificial analysis. You split the query also. So you have list of words in the query. And then what you could do is, now in a dictionary, it is very easy to look up in a dictionary. So you can get all the matching documents going through each query word and then put them in a list, right? And what you get is a list of documents where those words are found. So far so good? So believe it or not, this is the broad steps that all most search tools follow. So yeah, so there are 3 broad steps. First one is tokenizing, second is indexing, and third is searching and ranking. Here the problem is this is not a good result set, because what we want is the most relevant document should come on top, like we are all used to Google search, right? We want to find the web page or whatever you're looking for at the top. So this is not a satisfactory result. So building on top of this, the most popular search algorithm is this something called TF-IDF. Is the Wikipedia page for it. So what it says is so after we have got this result, what we want is to score them. We want to sort them based on which document we think is most relevant. So what TF-IDF does is, let me do it. So again, similar indexing step, where we take the content, tokenize the words, and then we store data that might be required later when a user searches for the results. So here we are storing the index, inverted index like before, and what we are also storing word frequency. So here what we are storing is how many times this specific word appears in this specific document. So I'll show how this looks. So this is a modified version of the same index. Now the word, the index stores which document this word is found and how many times this word is found in this document. So some words appear more than others, and some words appear in multiple documents. Now what TF-IDF says is, if I am searching for a query intelligence in document 1, so what I want to do is I want to score it. I want to see how much relevant document 1 is for this query. So the formula is how many times intelligence appears in document 1 and how rare the word itself is. Why this is important is because words like is, the, a, and, these will be found in every document. So these are not important at all. So what we somehow figure out is how rare intelligence appear across documents. So it's not just the formula is based on rarity of the word, and also in that specific document how many times it appears. So if an important word appears in a document multiple times, that means that document might be more relevant than others. That is the basic idea. Am I making sense? Okay. So here, whatever I just explained is written in terms of Python. So we calculate TF, which is term frequency, and then there's a way to, there's a formula to calculate how rare the word is, which is IDF, and then we multiply, and then we score it. So after this, what we get is, previously we only found a list of documents without any score. Now we have in front of each document ID how the score of it, and now we can use this score to rank the results. So here what we do is sort it based on the score, and now we have some idea of relevance. So this is cool, but there are some limitations in TF-IDF, which BM25 solves, and BM25 builds on top of TF-IDF, and with some minor adjustments. So you will see similar code. We have something called as a naive version of weighting the title. So as you saw in term frequency, how many times the word appears is important. So if you had to implement a way to give title more relevance, more importance, you could just repeat the title 3 times. This is why I call it the naive version. We'll see how we can make it better, but this is also, I mean, this also works. So what we did is we repeated the title 3 times and content 1 time, because we think title is more important. And then we do the same indexing process, where we store the word and how many times it appears. And then BM25 modifies the TF-IDF formula, and this is so the problem of TF-IDF is, if there's a document with 1,000 words and there's a document with 10 words, so it will prioritize the document with 1,000 words because it will have more words, but the shorter document could be more relevant. So as the document length increases, BM25 normalizes it in a set of documents. So this looks very complicated, but what it really does is just normalize the, so what it will do is larger documents won't get more importance. So we calculate the score using that formula, and then we put it here, and then we'll get slightly different scores with BM25. And currently I think you will see BM25 used in almost all search tools. I've seen I mean Redis Search, SQLite, FTS, MariaDB, all of them have some version of BM25. And similarly, we'll prepare the results by sorting. Cool. One thing I wanted to, so as we saw, there are 3 broad steps: tokenization, indexing, and ranking. So in all these 3 steps, there are multiple ways you can customize and improve. So for example, there are multiple ways to tokenize. So as you saw, we just look into the dictionary to find all the documents that contain that word. So if you don't do, so for example, words like are, is, so you can, I think we can safely say that if the query contains is and we search for documents, it is very very highly likely that you will get all the documents. So is not, does not help our ranking or searching in any way. So what we could do is remove those words. And then we have special characters, and we can't expect the user to also type special characters. So in tokenization, we can improve it by removing special characters, and then also removing stop words. Stop words are is and the common words that are found in most documents. So this will make our index more richer, so that we can the next steps could don't do extra computation. So that was tokenization. Now till BM25, I think I wrote this in Python, but you don't have to do it if you use any search tool. But in my experiments, I started seeing better results only when I started adding heuristics. So I'll give you some examples. I briefly mentioned giving more importance to title. So if you see the results, and let's say the query word was there in the title and it didn't appear on the top. I want to appear it on the top. How can you do that? So this function does all that that I showed before in this function. So I'm not going to show that, but here this is the search step, search and rank. So the query is intelligence, and we also get the BM25 scores using the formula. Now we have the scores for each document. What we can do is go through that result set and see how many query words are present in the title. If more query words are present in the title, we'll give some kind of boost. Boost in the sense you just multiply it with some number. So for example, I'll print so for these documents, the boost was 1.2. So whatever the value was, it was multiplied by 1.2 and the score slightly increased. So if there were some documents where, when you sort it, it will come on top right after you sort. So here what we are doing is prioritizing, giving slightly more prioritization to documents where the title words match. So what you should do is experiment with what this 0.2 is an arbitrary number. So what you should do is experiment with what number works best for you. So if you just do 4, then what you want is a relevant document. So even if the document title matches, it might not be that relevant because the content might not contain what you are looking for. So you have to be careful with this. But this has worked in my experimentation. So yeah, so it boosted scores of some documents, and now when you do, where is it? The results, it will be slightly better. So you will see documents that contain intelligence come on top. But not all. You will see, I think, yeah, this one didn't come on top because maybe intelligence was not mentioned enough. Another heuristic that has worked is recency boost, which is basically saying you give more priority to documents that were created very recently or updated recently. So here again we get the basic BM25 scores, go through each of them and calculate how recent the document is. So here I am just doing how the age in hours and applying some formula, finding a value and then multiplying the score. So here it did for all of them because all of them have some date. So recent documents will come up. So you can imagine combining these heuristics and probably getting better and better searches as you add more of these custom heuristics. Another, so all of these, how I found out that I should do these heuristics is I do a search. So for example, this is game plan search. I search for Frappe Build. Now it comes on top. Just 3 days ago, someone told me that this was not coming on top, and it was coming somewhere on the 6th or 7th position. Better? What I was saying is someone reported at Frappe that when I type Frappe Build, this result was coming somewhere here. So now I have to think what kind of heuristic will give it more priority. So what I found out was now we can add proximity. So for example, I type Frappe Build. Now you search how close those words appear in the content, and for documents where the words appear closer, you give them a slight boost. So that did the trick. So again, this is a very simpler version. Why I am showing you this code is, I mean, when I started doing all of this, I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, here, the problem is Python, because Python is slow, and we'll figure out some way to make it fast, but improving search is not that hard. That is what I learned. So again, what we do is, so for checking if the words appear closer, what you can simply do is just store the positions. So I'll print how positions look like. So what we'll store is, in each document, systems appear at 4th place and 33rd place, and similarly for other words. And then applying some, you just skip where all the words are not present because you can't do the proximity check, and you do some kind of word distance calculation, and then again you do the boosting like this. So similarly, you will get, yeah, so I think I've covered the broad things. There are, I think, like I said, there are more and more advanced, algorithms for each of the steps. So for example, in tokenization, I covered basic removing punctuation and removing stop words. There's another thing that search tools do. It is called stemming. I'll just show what it is. Here what I'm doing is running tokenize by stemming and pass the bunch of words. Just see how the output looks like. When you pass it through stemming, what it does is goes through each word and reduces it to the smallest possible unit of that word, and it need not be a proper English word. So for example, running reduces to run. Run is run because it is already reduced form. Language, the E is reduced so that you can accommodate other versions of the word language. So you can see both of these words reduces to the same word, and then these three words. These are three separate words for the same root word. This stemming comes from this thing called Porter stemming. It is popular for English words. There are other algorithms for other languages, but this is the general idea. Why we do this is, instead of storing running in the index, we store run in the index, so that if a person types, what do you say, running something, so it will also surface documents that contain the word run. So it improves the recall value of the query, so because the user might not remember which word they were looking for. So I mean, using stemming, similarly, what we do is just store the root version of the word, and then now you are able to search with modified versions of the same word. Does this make sense? So this was pretty cool when I found out. So I have an example here. So I searched for extensive library, but it surfaced libraries, and this is probably what I was looking for, but I didn't remember the actual word. I have another example which is pretty common in search, which is if you type an incorrect word, the search tool will automatically correct it for you. In Google, it is famous for suggesting "did you mean" words. How that works? So I have an example. Okay. So here I have a bunch of words. So this is basically spelling correction, and we use something called trigrams. Again, a fancy word for something that is very simple. Let me just show the individual. So what we do is go through each word and generate trigrams for each word. So a trigram, let me just show here. For example, for the word Python, these are the trigrams. So what it does is it splits the word into groups of 3 letters. So for Python, including the first space and then including the trailing space, these are the trigrams. You will see why this is helpful. So now what we can do is, for example, I have a query called misspelled Python. What we can do is generate the trigram for this, and it will look like this, right? Now we have so based on, so this is the, what do you say, our dictionary, and checking. So from the dictionary, what we can do is find out all the words that have similar trigrams. So for Python, I mean, this on matches, this THO matches with methods, and then obviously for the actual word Python, this is the trigram for the misspelled Python, and these are the candidate words. So it already narrowed down to 3 possible words that could be the correct spelling. That is why these are called candidates. Now what we do is go through each candidate and find out how similar that candidate word is to the original misspelled word. And to find the similarity, there is a thing called Jacquard similarity. This is used in many in statistics, but here what we want to do is find out how much similar this word is to this word, and we can do it by finding the common trigrams between the 2 words and then combining all the trigrams and then finding the ratio. So after you do this, you will see each word has some similarity, and Python has the highest similarity. So this is how, and then we pick the word with the highest, and this is how spelling correction works. So knowing this, what we can do is, when you're building the inverted index, you also build spelling index. Building spelling index just means go through all the documents, take the words and generate trigrams, and then store them in some trigram index. So for example, here these are trigrams for all the 10 documents we had originally. And then for queries like misspelled artificial, we can do the trigram searching, and then it will do the correction. Cool, right? My mind was blown when I found out how simple this is. And I implemented this in game plan also. So if you do, what is it? So it automatically searched for the correct word. So there is one problem with this. If any of your document contains that misspelled word, it will think that, it will find that word in the spelling index, and it will not correct it. So another step you can add is checking with a dictionary, an English dictionary, before checking in the spelling index. But this is pretty cool, I think. So yeah, I think those were all the demos I had. All of this code is there in the GitHub repository. So after all of this, I started this to find out what is the problem in the current search tools, and there is no problem. What you need to do is do these kind of fine tunings, only then you will get better results. Even now, this game plan search is currently built on Python, and it is very slow. You can see it takes 2 seconds, and I definitely do not plan on making this official, but I'm working on some, I'm experimenting with SQLite FTS, because it is very fast and very easy to set up, and see if all of these can work with it. So yeah, that was all. Thank you.
Any questions? No questions? No questions means you did a really good job. Cool. Thank you so much, Faris. I didn't know that something that looks as simple as search has to go a lot of engineering behind it. My respect for developers went up a little bit. Anyways, we'll move on to the next talk. So the next talk is by the Arus Infotech team. They have built Project IT application. Interestingly, they just started working on Frappe framework and ERP Next 10 months back, and they already have an application, which is again also open source. They'll cover the background in their introduction slide, so I'll not give any spoilers. I would like to welcome Sudan and Jeba from Arus Infotech to give the next talk.
Hi guys, I'm audible. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, sure. Hello everyone. This is Sudan, ERP Next functional consultant. Work for Arus Info Private Limited. First of all, I would like to thank the Frappe team for giving us this opportunity to present our product here. And now my colleague Jeba will give the introduction to our company and our journey to Frappe. So over to you, Jeba.
Thanks, Sudan. Hi everyone, I'm Jeba. I'm working as a technical consultant in Arus Info Private Limited. Actually, Arus is a company which provides services in data analytics, data engineering and automation. And last year we also started working with Frappe, and we have also developed a custom app, and we have been implementing ERP Next for customers. Our company is in India, Singapore and Malaysia. And now Sudan will give the introduction about our project app.
Yeah, thank you, Jeba. As part of the implementation we have done with one of our customers, we came to understand that the businesses which are running through with the employees who are involved in the site activities face some struggles, both for the employees as well as the managers also. So managers are getting issues with getting the work update from the employees and addressing which employees is working on which site, and communicate the instructions to those employees. And in terms of the employees, they are facing issues with update the work status to the managers and what sort of work is going on. To address these issues, we developed this Project It app, and this app is going to addressing this issue by providing the managers the functionality to allocate the employees onto the site, and they can also communicate the instructions to those employees using their mobile phones. And employees also, they can also see the instructions assigned to them, and they can also update any work status to the managers using the mobile. And now we will see what is Project It app. It is an open source PWA mobile app developed on the Frappe framework, and it uses a Vue.js for the front end. It is developed based on the timesheet module and the project module of the ERP Next and the attendance module of the HRMS app. And it tracks the time, like activities like regular shift and the overtime activities, and it creates the timesheet entries based on this activity type. We have two modules in this Project It app. One is a Work It module and the another one is a Manage It module. And this Work It module allows the employees to update the check-in and check-out updates using the mobile. And they can also update any in-between work updates to the managers using this work it module. And the another one module is a project it module. Project it module, manage it module. And this manage it module allows the managers to allocate the employees to the particular site, and they can also communicate the instructions to those employees also. These are the things about the project it app. Let's see project it app into the action. First, we will see the standard employee doc type of the ERP Next. Here for this Jiva user, you are assigning the work it module in this by giving that in the mobile module field, and he has access to work it module only. And for this Sudan user, we gave the access to manage it module. Now we will move into the mobile app. Now I log in as an employee. So as an employee, I'm going to start my work. What I will do is, first I will check in to the project allocated to me. So here I am in this check-in tab. Here we can see the list of projects allocated to me for the particular day. I'm selecting one project. Here I can see the instructions allocated are assigned to the employees by the managers. And the first project instruction is a global instructions which can be seen by all the employees, and the specific instruction is an employee specific instructions which can be seen by the particular employees. And here below this member section, we can see who are all the members, other members allocated to this particular project. And before I am going to start the work, I am going to do the check-in. To confirm that I am in the project site, what I am going to do is to click the picture of the project site. For now, I am taking the selfie. After taking the photo, I am clicking the check-in button, and it will record it in the web app. And then I go back to my work and do my work. After sometimes, if I want to update, I finished some sort of works, so I wanted to update that to my manager. So what I will do is, then again I come back to this project it app, and here I can see the check-in time, my check-in time. Below that, there is a project status update button is available. Once I click that, a field will pop up. Here I can add the notes, like tiles work is completed. I am adding this note here. So after that, I click the upload. Yeah. Now for the confirmation, I am taking the picture of the work done, and for now I take the picture of these tiles and click the upload. And these entries also will be added to the web app. So when I am going to complete my work, I will do the checkout. So now I click in the checkout. So here, again I am taking the selfie and click the checkout. During both the check-in and checkout time, not only the photo, along with the photo, geolocation of the employee is also recorded in the web app. Now we will see the standard timesheet doc type of the ERP Next. Here in this timesheet entry, in this attachment field, we can see the list of photo we uploaded through the mobile. And below the note section, we can see the check-in time and the additional photo added time along with the notes and the checkout time also. And in this timesheet table, we can see the activity type and the hours the employees worked. And these data are fetched from the doc type called work time settings. It's not a standard doc type, it's a customized doc type. These things will be explained by the Jabba during the technical time. Now we will again move into the mobile app. these are the functionalities in this workit module. Now I'm going to log in as a manager. In this manage it module, we can see the two tabs are here. One is allocation and the instructions. In this allocation tab, we can see what are all the projects created and who are all the members allocated to those particular projects. And in the instruction tab, we can see the list of projects, and we have two icons near that. By clicking on this first icon, we can add or remove the employees from the particular project. By clicking this new button, we can select the employees from this field, and once click add, the employee will be added to this particular project. And if you want to remove any employee, we can do by simply clicking this icon, and by confirming, they will be removed from this project. And by clicking this second icon, pencil icon, we can edit or giving the instructions to the employees. And first one is a global instructions. We can edit this also. By clicking the save, it will be saved. And for the specific instruction, we can select the specific employee, and we can give the instructions here, and by clicking the save, it will be saved in the web app also. Yeah. Now we will see the standard project doc type of the ERP next. Here we introduce these action buttons. This is a customized button. As a part of this project app, we created one more customized doc type called project allocation and instructions. Here we can see the project name, and in this allocation table, we can see who are all the members allocated to this project and what are all the instructions assigned to them. These details can be seen here. Yeah. These are the functionalities of this manage it module. And this project instance of this project app is hosting in the public cloud. And the one more thing, there are some of the alternatives available in the market, and those are of course all are paid versions, and ours is an open source one. And these things are these apps are standalone apps and are not connected to any ERP or HRMS softwares. That's all for the functional side. Now Jabba will give the technical glimpse of our project app. Thank you.
For this project tab, we have used project and timesheet doc type of project module, and employee check-in of HR module, and we have our own projected module which has project allocation and instruction and work allocation, employee allocation instruction and work time settings doc type. These are all some of the functionalities we will see now. For first checking functionality, for that we have used a camera component to capture the image, and then using list resource API which has an insert API, we are inserting a timesheet document, and after that we are accessing geolocation, and we are making an employee check-in entry. How we implemented this to camera and geolocation will be shown shortly. Next, project status update function. For that, we are using a camera component, and we are capturing and updating the timesheet using setValue API. Next, checkout functionality. For that, we are splitting the times with this work time settings have the regular and regular working times, and what is the regular activity type and overtime activity type. This will separate the time logs as per the check-in time and during checkout time.
Yeah. Just pause.
are making, we are accessing the geolocation at checkout time and making an employee
Jabba,
check-in. And then
Jabba, one second. Jabba, one second. It's not working. Yeah, thank you. It's okay. It's okay.
And next, project instruction and team member listing. For that we are using an resource API. In that we are manipulating the data from timesheet, project allocation and instruction, and project allocation instruction doc type and displaying that. And next, project instruction setup. For that we are using list resource API to update the project work instruction in project allocation and instruction doc type. Next, for team members allocation, we are using list resource API to update project allocation and instruction and employee allocation instruction doc types. Next, during check-in, we are using a camera component which has a video and canvas. We are using the function getContext to make a canvas rendering context 2D object. And for accessing camera, we are using getUserMedia function in media interface API interface provided by Navigator API. This will give us video stream and which will be passed to the video, and we are displaying this video through canvas. For that we are using request animation frame function to draw the camera using canvas rendering context object, which will draw our video value in specified width and height. And for at the time of capturing, we are just converting the image value present in canvas at that time into data URL, which will be later converted into file for storing in backend. Then for on click of camera, the camera instance is stopped by this function. Next, for accessing location, we are using getCurrentLocation method by geolocation API, and this will give us the latitude and longitude points, which will be later passed to employee check-in doc type for insertion. And then the difficulty we face during checkout is to find whether the employee has logged in before or on regular time, so that the regular costing and overtime rates can be calculated, which is an ERP next setup. These setups needs to be done in activity type doc types. For example, we have taken like if start and end hours of a company is 9 to 6 and an employee is checking in 6 and logouts in 7, then the time logs will be separated like 6 to 9 3 hours and regular overtime, and 9 to 6 regular, and 6 to 7 overtime. And later this costing rate and amount will be calculated, which is what. Then this is the piece of code which helped us to do that time log separation. And next, for getting team members list, we are manipulating the data from, we are accessing the members allocated using project allocation instruction doc type, and then we are checking whether they have already logged in. If they are already, there is a timesheet entry with them in that particular project, then they are active in that site. This will give us whether the employee is active or not. And our project app is available in this public repository.
One sec.
Any
You
question?
just go to previous slide. Yeah. Just go to
Any questions?
So how did you use a subset of Frappe, HR and ERP Next? Like you used some doc types of Frappe, HR and ERP Next. How did you use a
We
subset?
just inserted that documents into that
Okay.
attendance and like project document.
So you didn't install those apps fully, right? You just
Yes, we need to have those apps to install projected app.
okay.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah. It's regular employee checking.
When
Yeah.
checking timesheet and employee checking will be great.
Yeah. And the photos and and the geological location also, it will be added in the employee checking. Yeah. Project related things will be saved in the project.type, and the attendance related things will be employee checking and the HRMS related things. Yeah, we can do that.
Functionality.
Yeah. Yeah. Here the what is the you are asking for task, but what we did is it's project. So if you want to okay. Oh yeah. Understood. Yeah. For now, we didn't do that, but we will look into that and we can improve it in the upcoming versions. Yeah. But do you know that?
No.
Okay.
We are not updating the progress actually.
Yeah, we just go to the project doctor. No. Oh, no. Project is a standard doc type. Yeah, project is a standard doc.
Allocation we are using. Yeah, it's not updated.
Cool. All right. Thank you so much to the IT team.
Thank you so much, guys.
You guys have made a good progress in a very short period of time, so that's really commendable.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next talk. So next talk is again by one of the Frappe engineers. 1.5 years after joining Frappe, he started the project as an experiment. And today, that project is the bread and butter of Frappe, you can say that. And that project is a classic example why you should always keep doing R&D and experimenting new things. You already know, he's already here. Please welcome Aditya Hase, founder of Frappe Cloud.
Okay. All right. So, am I audible? Okay. Hello. Can the people in the back read the words? Okay. So So by the time the live stream starts, I'll try and talk something else. So, okay, now I'm in the middle of something, so I'll continue it. So apparently like a very bad thing is happening, some sad event is happening somewhere. Some person has died, and the wife of that person is, is arranging the funeral and everything. And the husband is dead basically. And friends come, friends of the husband, friends, family, everybody. And everybody speaks, everybody says nice things about the husband, and eventually the husband's friend come, and they ask the wife, mind if I say a word? And the wife says, yeah, sure, I don't mind. And the first person goes and says, plethora. And the wife says, that means a lot. Okay, tough crowd. Then the second person goes and says, bargain. And the wife says, that means a great deal, great deal. Okay, I mean. And then third person goes, and he thinks a lot, and he says, earth. And the wife says, that means the world to me. Okay, tough crowd really. Anyway, so how many of you have seen Frappe Cloud before? Just a raise of hand, used self-hosted, whatever. Okay, almost half the people. How many of you tried self-hosting? Okay, 10 or so people. And the rest basically are here, they're trying to hope something interesting happens. How many of you are hoping that this is a feature where I release containers on Frappe Cloud so you can run arbitrary stuff? Okay, just 1%, so good. Not a lot of expectations. So just a general idea about what Frappe Cloud is it's a dashboard on top of some complicated Linux command that you have to run if you have to run Frappe applications, right? So if you go self-host, you can download Frappe Docker, you can download the Kubernetes charts, you can run the standard installation process, or you can come to us and we will essentially just give you a UI and you don't have to worry about any of the Linux commands. And then some of these things are very easy to do, some of the things are very easy to slap a UI on top of, and some of the things are kind of hard. And in the end, you just get like a very small, just one-click button, but a lot of work goes into building that button. And some of the times it is very hard, like very, very easy. The UI seems extremely complicated, but in the backend there is just one simple command running. So the complexity varies, whatever. So what I'm trying to do here is now, because of customer feedback, customer demand, people have been asking essentially, hey, sure, you guys run Frappe, and you guys can help me run the latest version of Frappe, my custom apps, whatever. Can I run containers, right? Can I run arbitrary stuff on FC? And so FC is again Frappe Cloud for those who haven't heard before. So this demand keeps coming over and over again. And last conference also, I think, promised people, hey, we'll release these containers features. But it didn't get released. And one of the complications, again, this is me post-hoc justifying my ineptitude or just stupidity, is we didn't release it because I was essentially just over-engineering the feature too much because we weren't using it internally, right? And so this is how Frappe Cloud looks internally. We have one main server that you guys access, and then that server essentially controls a bunch of other servers. We have roughly 500 of these lying around, and then some people run their own clusters. That is just extra. So to do this control, what we do is we have something called Press and Agent. So Press is a Frappe application. If you guys have ever seen it, just another Frappe application. It has few things here and there that it does differently, but looks like any other app. And Agent is a Flask application because SQLite just didn't work on Frappe before, so we wanted it to have a very low footprint, but have some database and some tracking. So what Agent does essentially is Press says, hey, could you please run this command for me? Could you please do ls? Could you please do rm? Could you please do docker run? Could you please do MariaDB backup? Could you please do apt install something, right? And this communication happens over HTTP. Basically, every single command is sent over HTTP, and Agent just executes it and sends the result back. Sometimes the commands take
longer. So agent essentially says, hey, here is a reference token for you. Please come back a minute later, 2 minutes later, and ask me for the response, and I'll give you the response. So not a lot of work, just some synchronous, asynchronous command execution. That is all agent does, and it tries to put some simpler wrapper so the code does not look extremely complicated. I'll give you some idea about how agent looks. And eventually, this is the crux of the communication between, on Frappe Cloud. This is the thing that is different than anything else you have ever seen. And it's not a lot. Anyway, so what agent does then essentially runs some command. So every time you say, hey, could you please deploy a bench for me? We run something equivalent of bench in it. When you say, hey, give me a new site, we run bench new site. Very, very straightforward, nothing complicated after that. So when we run sites, things get slightly complicated. You typically would run one server. You just run one server, and you run MariaDB on the server, Nginx on the server, the Frappe applications on the server, and everything is straightforward. We run a bunch of other servers. So I'm just going to ask you guys do you guys think that we run MariaDB somewhere on Frappe Cloud? Yes or no? Just raise your hand if you think we run MariaDB somewhere on Frappe Cloud. I'm just asking questions, say yes, no. Okay, yes. So obviously we run MariaDB, the whole Frappe, all of the Frappe sites run MariaDB. We run roughly 500 MariaDB servers. Do you guys think we run Elasticsearch somewhere underneath on Frappe Cloud? Elasticsearch is this fancy log searching app. Okay, apparently we do. So all of the logs that you guys see, all of the metrics, analytics on-site dashboard are essentially powered by Elasticsearch. Do you guys think we run Prometheus? Okay. So Prometheus is again this time series database where we essentially keep pinging every one of our servers, collect metrics. So when we have to show you dashboard, Frappe Cloud dashboard, that is where we collect the data from. How many of you think we run ClickHouse? Okay. Okay. I expect this. We don't run ClickHouse. I was just checking this if people try to be smart. Anyway, we don't run ClickHouse. We were planning to, but we don't. So anyway, so the idea is underneath Frappe Cloud is slightly more complicated than typical sites. So this is how an app server on Frappe Cloud looks like. We run multiple benches on one server. Some of the times, all of these benches belong to you if you have a dedicated server. Some of the times, we have a server, and then you just control the bench. All of the files attached to that bench, basically sites directory, all of the private files, public files, your site config, everything resides on one single file system that is attached to the server. And everybody just gets a small chunk of this file system. Very straightforward, the way you would do it anywhere else. And when we run MariaDB, or any other service for that matter, what we do is we just ask the server, hey, what is your private IP address? The server essentially has a private IP address that is attached to the life cycle of the server. So every time you stop the VM, start the VM, you'll get a different IP, but otherwise the IP stays the same. And we essentially rely on that fact heavily. So everywhere internally, like going in all of these fancy ways of Kubernetes and everything, where you run DNS and DNS then points to IP addresses, we just say, hey, just remember these IP addresses. And in a lot of cases, we just do convention. So all of our IP addresses have particular pattern. So if the second last octet ends with 3, we know for sure that means a database server. If it ends with 2, we know for sure it is an app server. And typically the app and database server pairs have the same IP address. So if it ends with 101, the database server also ends with 101. If the app server ends with 127, the database server also ends with 127. So we try to keep it as simple as we can, and then without having a lot of hierarchy in the network, because we didn't know, I didn't know any better. And eventually we made this slightly complicated. So in the old model where the app server essentially has the file system attached to the server, we now have database server where the data actually resides on EBS volume. So we can move this data between 2 different machines whenever we need, but we can't change the IP address. So these are some of the problems that you face essentially if you start making your application like a caveman, and don't pay attention to any of the fancy stuff that is coming in the market. It helps us a lot because we don't have to deal with any Kubernetes complications that most of the people that we have seen deal with. But what we are trying to do now is we are trying to solve this problem for us. So one of the problems I've seen so far is Frappe is growing. Frappe Cloud is growing very, very fast. The demand is growing. And the demand is just not on the resources, it is also on the feature set. So people are asking more and more complex features. And we also have an ambition where we want to do more work, more deeper work. We want to add more metrics, logs, anything that essentially makes cloud much, much better than what it is right now. And that needs engineers, and that means now instead of one engineer building this for first 2 years and then 3 people later and then 5 people later, now we have 10 people, 10 engineer team. And it's extremely difficult to make sure that everybody knows everything on this stack. So even full stack, so when Frappe says full stack, what they really mean is, well, Python and JavaScript, that is what we mean. Like it is not Linux kernel and the front end and everything that Suraj does, right? So eventually our engineers have specializations, and what we want to do is we want to cut this huge monolith that I have built into pieces where somewhere down, one part of the monolith essentially will be people who have Linux expertise, container expertise, disk operating systems, whatever. And the people above this layer will have managed layer expertise. They'll be database experts like Tanmay. They'll build Frappe specific features. So the idea essentially is not new. This is just copied from a lot more other systems. One of them is Nomad. Nomad does some of this very well, except they just went this BSL route. The idea is you have containers. Containers basically are a simple process. So every time you run apt install something, you are typically running a process. So container just put this process in some boundary. Okay, how many of you have no idea what containers are? Like no idea whatsoever? Okay, 2, 3 people. How many of you have heard the word before? How many of you have heard Docker, Kubernetes, Podman before? Okay, most of you. How many of you have run containers on your machine, like knowingly, like Docker run on your machine, not accidentally? Okay, a lot of people. Okay, so people know what containers are. Okay, so somehow they make it extremely easy to ship and deploy applications, right? The complication happens what after, what after you have built the application and now you have to deploy it. So one of the complication is essentially the operational complication, which is how do you make sure now your containers have the correct networking available to them and correct data that they have access to. And the data remains with them wherever they go. So even if you stop the container, the data stays around. If you move the container somewhere else, the data goes with it. That is the complication. And people just try to solve this problem by just slapping Kubernetes or Nomad or any other orchestrator on top. We decided not to go that route. So this is how I'm trying to solve this problem, by building our own abstractions, like as modestly as possible, not trying to do anything complicated. So the general idea I'm going to do is I'm going to build something, some abstraction, some doc type for containers, and then we will try to essentially run containers with this doc type. While doing this, I'll show how we do stuff, how we do things on Frappe Cloud. So you'll get to see some idea of how communication happens, and some idea about how we do AWS related operations. Again, none of this is complicated. This is just very hairy. That is all. None of this is smart or intelligent or anything like that. So I have wasted 10 minutes on talking about the talk. Let's just go into the implementation. So you guys have run containers, and the next immediate step after running containers is essentially just putting 2 containers together so that they can talk to each other, and hopefully not the rest of the world. So the way we do this is we'll just go to commands and we'll see how we can get this done. So just give me a second. So before moving forward, there is this other idea about containers is typically any service. Like this is WordPress's description of how WordPress runs just 2 services, database and the WordPress app. So the database essentially says, hey, run a particular image, maybe run a specific command when you're running the image, store my data somewhere, and have some environment variables. Maybe I want to set a particular password, I want to store some secret, whatever, some environment variable so that on demand I get some random value. Maybe this is going to be a random character as well. And expose my So I listen to port 80, for web services, I listen to port 3306, make sure the other containers can listen to it. And so the containers inside this network can talk to each other anyway, but make sure the rest of the world can listen to me, because just talking between two containers is useless. Somehow you have to send traffic in and out. And that is generally what you have to implement. If you implement this much, you are more or less set. And one of the ways to do this is just copy this file, store it somewhere, and run Docker Compose up. How many of you have heard of Docker Compose? Okay, good. So one problem with Docker Compose is there's just no way to scale it beyond 2 machines. And I don't mean this whole magical scale of, hey, running thousands of copies of every application. The idea is basically, what if, your machines are just small enough, say 4 gigabytes each. You can't basically say, hey, please run one container on one machine and the other on other machine. For whatever reason, you cannot do that with Docker Compose. It is built for developers, so all you can do is just run all of the things on one machine. What we're going to do is we're going to implement a similar strategy, and at some point in time, we'll say, okay, what part of this has to change so that this same technique will work on multiple machines. So, by the way, thanks for being quiet. I've been at the back for the rest of the talks, and you guys have been very attentive so far. So I've just gone ahead and made a doc type for us to refer to before we do this. I just call the doc type container. It has all of these fields. It has an image field. It has a server field to tell where the server lies. It has a command field. Whatever we have seen so far, it just implements all of these in fields. So nothing fancy here. So this is what we do on Frappe Cloud. Instead of running my commands manually, we just try to put in doc types and then make sure now you can run automation on top of these doc types. So again, nothing fancy, nothing new. Maybe we'll face some errors while doing this. And what I've done is, again, taken the same Docker Compose file that we saw before and just try to pre-fill the fields so that we don't end up tying copy pasting. I will left this storage part, which we'll implement later. So again, everything same, nothing fancier. And in the backend, okay, this is a good enough font for everybody. So the way Frappe Cloud essentially does communication with the servers is we call a method called agent.something. So in the end, we have some definition of agent. It's just a class that basically says, hey, there is a Flask app running on the server. This is just a wrapper to send requests to the app. And we have two methods, agent create container and agent archive container, and that's it. And the way these methods are implemented is, again, very straightforward. They just essentially take the data that we have stored in the doc type, put them into JSON, and say, hey, that's it, just do something with it. This create agent job is a wrapper for Frappe get doc. What we do is we have another doc type that essentially tracks all of these jobs that I talked about before statefully, and says, okay, where are we so far? Are we running them? Are we waiting for them to execute? Whatever. So all this create agent job does is creates this doc type, and then sends the request to the agent and just waits. That's it. And the doc type is, again, very straightforward. Just has some references to what you are doing. Has some reference. So in some cases, we send some payload. For instance, if you have a create container call, you have some config about the container that we are going to run. So in this case, we are going to send the image that we are going to run. So basically the same doc type we saw, we're going to send it as is to agent, and agent is going to do something for us. On the other side of this puzzle, the way we implement this is, again, very, very straightforward of Flask key, is we have a webpy file, and we just implement Flask endpoints. Let me just do that. Okay, so we have a get container method that has a particular route. We have a create container method, again, with some routes. And it is not going to be very surprising to see the implementation of these is, again, very straightforward. Just says, okay, just do some initialization called .start because we want this network, create the network. We'll go into the detail of what the network is. I'm just trying to get over this idea of what this weird piece of code is, okay? And then we just call some methods. This weird decorators that you see at job, at step, is essentially how Frappe Cloud keeps track of what function, what step we are running. So it's not like we run a MySQL command and then for 30 minutes we don't know anything. We kind of know which step of the backup we are in. And then if you say container start will look very familiar to you. It essentially takes all of these arguments, puts them into some command line, hyphen name something, restart something, detach something, hostname something, and eventually just calls docker run on the command. That is it, nothing fancy, okay? We'll try and get some idea about what these which of these are useful, which of these are kind of superfluous. And so, okay, just to get some idea, how many of you think so far we are doing something extremely weird? Like, okay, nobody. So everybody believes this is just a straightforward, just putting some doc type on top of Docker. That is it, right? Nothing weird. Okay, that is literally what it is. And archive container is again the same way implemented. We're just saying, hey, Docker stop the container, Docker remove the container, and that is it. So the complicated part is this Docker network, attachable subnet, driver bridge, something. So typically when you go to a machine, say I have a machine here running on AWS. Let's hope it connects. So it is not running any containers. And if you run something, you find an old command that is very straightforward. So in this case, I'm saying, hey, run this machine, use this hyphen name flag, this hostname flag, and just run this Ubuntu net image. Okay, this is just a stock Ubuntu image. Maybe I'll just do some so everybody can see. Okay, this is the command we are going to run. Okay, very straightforward. Everybody of you has done it so far. No idea. Nothing weird here. Okay, great. Okay. So the whole this name, hostname, and name things do is essentially it sets a good name for the container. And this is what you're going to use. This is what Compose uses underneath. So if you don't use this flags, for instance, what ends up happening is you will get a random name for the container. Okay, your shell looks like something random. Okay, and again, this might look like a cosmetic difference, but it is not. For instance, what happens is if you run two containers, let's say, we're going to run this with the old name f11. Okay, let's just call it f1. Let's not make it complicated. And we're going to run Ubuntu bash and just let it run as it's nothing. We're not going to run anything. We're going to start another container. So, okay. We're going to call it F2. I'll zoom again. Okay. So we're going to install. So by default, the Ubuntu images don't contain anything. They don't have ping. They don't have IP commands. Nothing. So we're just going to update them. I had a ready-made image. It just went away. So we're going to install two packages, and we're trying to ping. So these packages will give us ping and IP command. So IP will essentially give us idea of who we are, and ping will give us idea about who would just ping some other container. So if I do ping F1, like any idea what happens now? I will just run the containers with RM name. There is no network or anything like that. What do you think happens? Anybody? Okay. Yeah. So this is what happens right now. So if I do ping F1, it basically says it doesn't exist, right? Yeah. So these two containers essentially are running on the same machine, but they are kind of isolated from each other. Right? This is what we want for isolation, but this is not good for us, right? Because if one of these is say called WordPress and the other one is called DB, they can't even talk to each other. You can guess the name of the other one. The first one is going to be 172.17.02. If you try Again, the IP address came from this IPA command, which basically says, hey, show me all the IP addresses that I have. IP addresses are attached to this container. And this is our own IP address. And we can obviously ping ourselves. That is supposed to be possible, okay? No trick there. If I do 2, I'm technically able to ping the container, okay? I just don't know about it, right? That is the idea, right? So on this machine, the way the networking is configured, that they are able to reach each other, but they just don't know about their names. And that is a very simple trick, right? Otherwise, everywhere in your config, you'll have these random IP addresses spread out, and we don't want that. So the way we'll solve that problem is we'll just create a bridge network, like the gentleman mentioned. So Docker network ls, sorry, okay, do I have to come out? Exit. So Docker has very straightforward looking commands. If you do a Docker network ls, it'll give you what networks already exist. I was just testing this out with WordPress net. We'll create another network. So Docker network create is how we create a network, and you just give it a name. So say demo ping, and you get a random IP, a random address. Again, if you do Docker network ls, the name will be here. It is a bridge type of network. We don't really care what that means for now. The only change we're going to do is we're going to run these containers again, and this time we're just going to add one more extra flag here saying net is equal to demo ping, right? So we're essentially saying, hey, when you run these containers, attach it to this bridge, whatever this bridge is, right? And that is the only difference, right? Again, this one doesn't have IP or anything. This container doesn't either. So we're going to do one trick. We're going to do Docker commit. So Docker commit is this idea that whatever the live container that is running, right, you want to keep the state as is. We just install some apt packages here. If we just exit the container, the packages are going to go away, right? That is the whole idea of immutability on image level. So we're going to say, hey, just do a little bit of trick and commit this container as it, and we'll call it Ubuntu committed. Okay, and we'll also add a -p flag that basically says just freeze the container before you take the snapshot. So if you do Docker image ls, you'll see this extra image that we just created 6 seconds ago, right? So the only thing that it has is this extra package, okay? So that we don't need to apt update over and over again. So we'll do exit, we'll do the same thing we did above. We'll add a ---- net flag, demo ping, and instead of Ubuntu, we'll run Ubuntu committed, okay? Because we'll get those packages back, right? So far, no questions, right? Everybody has, and we'll run the container that was running before as well. Ping F1 in the frame above, ping F2 in the frame below. Now, if I do IPA, I get roughly the same address that I was running, slightly different. So remember the last time we got 172.1.7. This 1.8 is essentially the address of the bridge, right? Again, it doesn't matter, but just an idea that you should know about. Now, if I do ping myself, this is my IP address. I can ping myself, obviously. If I do 2, again, this is guesswork, but it's going to be the IP address of the container above. I can ping it, right? If I can ping F2, which is my host name, I can ping. And if I do ping F1, great, like this is what we want, right? This is like a very, very simple trick, but this is what we want. We're going to use this trick so to get rid of this IP address problem. Okay. Great, so this has been just a lecture in Docker networking. How many of you are confused so far about what is happening here? Okay, everybody understands what is happening. How many of you think I'm going way too slow? Okay, some people are like, okay, this is just boring. Move it along. So what we're going to do is now we're going to get rid of, we're going to go back to our doc type. And again, so I'll show you the create container commands, create container function and everything. Just do the same thing. They create a Docker network with some extra flags. They add subnet flag, they add this bridge flag. But otherwise, all they are doing is just piping the input of the JSON that we are passing around into these commands and trying to create a network and attach containers to the network. And so here, what we're going to do is we just got rid of this WordPress, and I'll delete them. So I'll just duplicate them first, and then delete them. should have deployed again. So we'll give it a name again, WordPress. And this name is important again because like we saw, the name of the container matters. This is how we ping. So we're going to spawn a WordPress container. It's going to have this IP address. We can change it if you want, but it doesn't matter. We're going to create a fake network, WordPress net, with this name. We'll just call it WordPress net. Okay, that's fine. And we're going to save. So when we save, essentially, we're going to call this deploy method, which is going to compile all of this JSON, send it to agent. Agent is going to run the command for us. And if everything works, the status from pending is going to change to something else very soon. Okay, it hasn't changed. So this is some debugging idea about how Frappe Cloud people do debugging. You just go and look at error log doc type and see if there is anything there. It is okay. Nothing recently. Okay, the job is finished. I just should have waited longer. That's it. So the job automatically completed. I wrote a hook that basically says when the job completes, please come back and change the status of the WordPress container. So now, if you go on the host again, whatever we did, whatever we copied from the Docker Compose file, we should be able to see a container here that is essentially just running WordPress. Okay, this is Ubuntu. Just don't pay attention to the Ubuntu image. We are running WordPress. We are doing this port mapping, and we are going to do the same with the database container. How many people think that there is some mysterious thing that is going on here that needs to be explained? Okay. Again, I'm going to just duplicate this. I don't want to fill up the fields again. And I think the names are unique, so I'm going to delete the DB container here. So again, in this configure environment variables, it essentially refers to the WordPress. The WordPress container refers to the database server, database container with DB. So that is the name we want to keep. We want to keep it as draft and save. Again, it will take 5-10 seconds for this to run. We'll go back to the machine and do Docker container ls. Eventually, we should see a MariaDB container running with the name. Keep saying it's starting 1 second ago, DB. So basically, every GAN that I gave about how containers work and how network work, we just translated it to some Python command, nothing fancy. And hopefully, if this is fine, what we should be able to do is we should be able to do listen to this address directly, go to a browser and hit the address, and then hopefully we see WordPress. But it's not going to happen, right? Because of this weird thing, like this address is not routable. Like you can't reach this address. So what we're going to do, and this is how we do everything on Frappe Cloud, is we have this nginx-conf file for every service. Okay. How many of you have heard of Nginx or operated Nginx before? Okay, some people. So the general idea is essentially Nginx is just a proxy that says, okay, if you send me HTTP request my way, and if you give me a config, I can do weird stuff to those requests. I can send them some other way. And then it has a bunch of very verbose config. So this is essentially how we operate agent. We say, hey, anything on this /agent endpoint, please pass it on to this other internal IP address, okay, that we can't otherwise access. So what we're going to do is we're going to write a similar stanza for our containers. Otherwise, we can't access them. So I just wrote a ready-made stanza that is hopefully going to work. So some of these look very verbose, but we're just going to. So the way this works is essentially we're saying, hey, on this server, wherever this machine is running, /endpoint, which is basically just the name of the server. If somebody hits, send the request to this IP address, okay? And this IP address happens to be the IP address of the WordPress container. And the way you would check that, I mean, we know it because we have just created the container and we set the IP address in the container doc type. Somewhere here, we set it to 10.3.101. 10.3.0.101. But if you can also do something called Docker inspect. And this is Docker's way of saying, hey, give me idea about whatever it is. Like if you're reference here, and it essentially throws some JSON output back to you. So this one basically says, hey, it seems like you are running WordPress container, and this is the state of the container, like bunch of verbose.js that we don't need to worry about, but at least we have the good idea. We have good idea, and eventually it will tell you what the IP address also is. Anyway, that is not relevant. So we got the IP address, and we are setting some extra variables because apparently I tried doing this before, and WordPress does not really like it without these variables. So we're just going to copy it and paste it into Nginx stanza. So the location of your Nginx config will depend on how you set it up. The way we set it up is, it is in this directory, home Frappe agent. And the Nginx file is essentially what gets generated. So this file gets actually generated from a template. But for now, we're just going to bypass the template generation and say key. So we listen to for a bunch of services on each machine. So I've already done this, by the way. I pasted the same stanza here. So if we know the address of this machine, we should be able to, this is the address of the machine. This is globally routable. We should be able to hit it and see WordPress. And that is basically how you start from running containers and essentially exposing them. So what we just did, this extra Nginx stanza part, is in the complicated orchestration world is called ingress. You have to do more things for you to get it right, but essentially what it means is from outside the world, from the internet, somebody's going to hit this URL and they're going to send traffic your way. And then you decide where the traffic goes, and you make sure the traffic goes to the correct one, the correct container, the correct route, the correct HTTP port. That is basically it. If somebody wants me to walk through some code, we will go through the code. Otherwise, the implementations are very straightforward. We're just listing doc types. I don't think we have a lot of time. We could have done the storage part for this as well. If somebody has questions, we'll do the questions. Otherwise, we'll do the storage part of the containers. Okay, yeah. Okay, before that question, how many of you think this was a complete waste of time? Okay, one guy thinks it was a complete waste of time. Thanks for being polite, thanks for being nice, thanks for slightly laughing to my joke. It was a really good joke, by the way. Yes?
Yeah, so my question is about the rationale behind agent. Just wanted to understand, how did you arrive at the decision to write a Flask server for accepting the request versus using something like SaltStack or Ansible for this scenario?
So we use Ansible, by the way. So we used to use Ansible a lot. We had the previous version of Frappe Cloud Press, basically, was called Central. So Central was what powered ERPnext.com for a long time. And Ansible essentially did all of the operations. And the way Ansible works, for those who don't know, is you write some complicated YAML file. I'll just quickly show some, say I have a essentials files. So essentials is a playbook. This is basically just YAML on top of YAML is what you do. And you say, hey, you are running, please run this command, please run apt, and apt takes this arguments packages, and please install these packages. This is how you write Ansible. So what Ansible does is, reads this YAML, converts it into Python code, okay? And listen to me very, very carefully. Writes that Python code onto a file, SH into another machine, shifts that file to that new machine, okay, and executes the file. That is what Ansible does, essentially. And then because of this extra work, right? Because every time you're just shipping new code to the server, it takes a bunch of time just to run very trivial operations. So if you want to just read one bit from one file, it takes like 30 seconds to do that operation. So we said, okay, what if we know what operations we're going to do anyway? If we know we're going to run bench new side, we know we're going to run bench set config. So just write those functions on the server and just call them over HTTP. And HTTP, because it is straightforward, Flask, because again, very straightforward, nothing, we didn't want it to be complicated. Now we are trying to put some extra tadka on it and make it two-way communication and everything. But that was the rationale, we just wanted to be as simple as possible.
Got it. And the second question I have is, do you run bare metal on AWS or?
So no, on AWS, everything runs on virtual machines. We yet don't have the sophistication. I mean, the stack actually does not handle hardware failures really well. It doesn't do replication everywhere all the time. One of our engineers, Alan, is trying to work on this bare metal setup. So we're not even going to go to AWS. We're going to just go to some other vendor who has like much higher failure rate for hardware, and we're going to set up. We're going to make it look like AWS, and we're going to deploy virtual machines on top. That is the current idea, but no, we don't run bare metal on AWS.
Okay, the third question is about route tables, primarily on the individual containers that you set up. So I see that you have a reverse proxy for the main application. What if it's a custom application which has a set of microservices? Does it still require us to maintain the Docker file ourselves and deploy it, or would it be, do you have plans to have that exposed in the roadmap?
So I didn't really understand your question.
So let's say it's not WordPress or some application that we wrote which has separate microservices, and you clearly want to define
so as
firewall
long
rules.
as you can fit, so the idea is as long as you can fit your application into Kubernetes, okay, you can run it here.
Okay, got it.
Okay, thanks for being really nice. Thanks for listening to me.
No, this one.
Okay, more questions.
Good afternoon. We have our application database in Postgres, and we need real-time sync between Frappe, MariaDB, and Postgres, Atomic. So we didn't want to go with ETL, so what we did was use MariaDB tables as foreign tables in Postgres. Okay, that way it's basically native tables, and we got rid of ETLs. This was only for hosted, self-hosted. Can it work the same way in cloud, Frappe Cloud?
Can it work
The same way in Frappe Cloud?
So we are, I mean, the reason we are doing all of this is so that we can then eventually go and then get rid of. So right now, if you see our code base, like a lot of it is setting up MariaDB a particular way, setting up a particular version of MariaDB. We are trying to isolate the installation part from the application part. And soon we'll have support for other databases, and then it will be what you can do with Postgres and MariaDB later, like how you mentioned, is then the problem with Postgres and MariaDB. But eventually, yes, the idea of this project is to make sure that anybody can run any database, any container, any application for that matter, as long as it can be containerized on Frappe Cloud. So yes, but you have to figure out the rest of the details. Okay. Again, I cannot say it enough. You have been really nice audience. Nobody has said a single word, and nobody has probably tried to look at their phones. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you, Aditya. So it's time for lunch. We'll break for lunch now, and we'll meet again here at sharp 2:30. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. My name is Ritvik Sardana, and I work at Frappe as a software engineer. I'm the product owner of Frappe Help Desk. So for those of you who don't know what Frappe Help Desk is, Frappe Help Desk is an open source ticket management system which has features like managing your tickets with ease, SLAs, knowledge base, and much more. So it's built on top of Frappe framework in the backend and Vue.js in the front end. And the one thing which really fascinates me while working with Vue.js is how the reactivity system is handled in these framework, right? So one day I thought, let's dig deep into how this reactivity system works, and that's what I'm going to discuss today. I'll be building a reactivity system from scratch so that you can understand what reactivity is and how you can build your own reactivity. Okay. some technical issues, I guess. Okay, so yeah, that's what I was saying. I will be building the reactivity. And a quick raise of hand, like how many of you know that how the deep internals of reactivity works in framework like React.js or Vue.js? Okay, so not many people. So I hope this session will be insightful to you all to understand the reactivity. So let us take this example. So we have this price variable and the quantity variable. Now we calculate the total by multiplying these two, and then we console log the print the value, and then we get 200. Now we update the price to 15. We print the total. It still is 200, and that is what is the expected behavior in JavaScript, right? So how do we get the updated value? We recalculate the total by this formula, and then we print it. We get the updated value. So now, what if this system was reactive? So as soon as I update price variable to 15, you will see that the print value is automatically updated. So in this scenario, we were able to figure out that total variable is dependent upon two states, which is the price state and the quantity state. And as soon as one of them changes, the total automatically updates. So now, what is reactivity? It's magic. So it seems unbelievable to me, like how amazing it is being implemented in frameworks like React and Vue. Like you change one value and it gets updated wherever it is being accessed throughout our DOM or our script, no matter what it is. Let us take this example. This is a feature of custom views in help desk. So you can create your own views and you can pin them to the sidebar. So as soon as I do it, it automatically comes on the sidebar, and I can remove it also from here. So without even reloading the page, the state is automatically maintained and it gets updated automatically. So that is what reactivity is. So now let's start building this reactivity system from scratch so that you can also implement this and understand the deep internals of it. Works. Hello. Hello. Yeah. So here you can see that I have this custom script HTML, and I have just written this S3 class, and I have imported this script index.js. So let us see whether this script works or not. So let us just see whether the hot reload works or not. Yep, it works. So now let us take this example. So let us say we have this object of item which looks something like this. Let's try to calculate total from this object. Same example. We'll say item.price into item.quantity. We print the value. We get it as like 20, which is the expected thing. Now we update item.price to 200, and now when we console log it, you will see it's still the same value. So to recalculate, what I'm going to do is add this formula over here again, and then console log it, it gets updated. And now same thing, just with quantity. If I do it at 5, then again I have to do the same thing, right? I copy this, and you see it is being updated. So to make it a bit better, what I can do over here is I can say create a function of update total, and instead of doing it again and again manually, we can just call this update total function. So you see it is working, but now you will see it is kind of a flaw, because we have to manually track that whenever the price variable changes or the quantity variable changes, just run this function. So what if there was a way to automate all of this? So whenever we are updating any value, the quantity variable or the price variable, this function automatically runs. So that is what we are going to build today. So here I will try to make this object as a reactive object. So how I am going to do it? I am going to wrap it in a reactive function. So I get this as, okay, reactive not defined, that's okay. We'll just say function reactive. Now this function takes one argument, which is the object itself, this target object, which we are trying to make as a reactive object, right? So we'll get this. We'll just see, cannot read properties undefined. So we can just return this target object. So now everything works as expected. Now in this, I want to track that whenever this object is being called, like whenever this object is being accessed, in this object, I want to track that the quantity and the price properties are being accessed throughout our script. So no matter what script it is, we are accessing these two properties from this object. So for that, I will have to introduce a proxy. What proxy is basically is a concept in JavaScript. It is an API which was introduced in the ECMAScript 2016, and this API takes two arguments. First is basically this object, and second is the handler. So I'll be coming back to this. So let us understand what proxies are. So now proxies in JS. So we try to print the value item.quantity. What usually happens is we take the value from the object and then print it. But what if we had a proxy around it? So what it does is, instead of printing the value whenever we do item.quantity console.log, it goes to the proxy and then it tries to retrieve that value from the object. Now the main thing about proxy is it returns us the same object, but it has some additional functionalities. Like for example, we are doing a getOp function over here, right? We are doing item.quantity. So proxies allows us a way to intercept these get functionality or the set functionality and add our own custom code over here. So you can see over there that we have a getter function. We can add our own custom code and return the item.quantity itself. Now similarly, when we are trying to set a variable, let's say item.quantity equals to 2. With proxies, it's kind of similar, that whenever we do item.quantity equal to 2, we'll create a proxy from the object of the item. It will try to retrieve that value from the object, and while sending us back the value, we can add our custom code in the setter object. So let us try to build towards that. So now in this handler, we get many arguments. So first one is the get argument. This function returns us two parameters, which is the target, again this object, and the key which we are trying to access over here. So now let us see, we are saying that accessing this key. So we'll see we are accessing price, quantity again and again, because that is how it works. So accessing price, accessing quantity. But now let us try to console log it. You will see we get this nan, and why is that? This is because we have overridden the native functionality of a object get operation in the object. So to get back that native functionality, we will just return target key, and now everything is like back to basics. So here now we are able to add our custom code while even fetching a property from an object, and that's the magic behind proxy. So now I have to track that inside this object, whenever quantity property changes or price changes, just run this update total function automatically. So I need to store it somewhere so that I can refer to it whenever the let's say price is being changed, so I can refer to it. So we need a central data store somewhere so that I can store all of this. So for that I am going to introduce a variable of target map. So let us keep it as an empty object right now. So for that I will say track dependency. So this function, I'm going to create a new function, target key. In just a minute I'll show why I'm doing this. So here we can say that we are able to track any particular key which is being accessed from this object. Tracking key. Yep, we are able to track it. So now we need to store it somewhere. So for that I will introduce this a variable called target map, which is a empty object in the initial state. So now let us try to make this data structure so that we can store the object, the properties, and the function we want to run whenever this properties changes. So for that I'll say target map target is equals to key, and let us try to console log, print this value. So you will see we get this weird notation of object. So like even if I do over here, instead of this, if I do item dot quantity, you will see we get this weird notation. So why is that? This is because whenever we try to store an object as a key in another object, so in this case this is the empty object and we are trying to set this item object as a key so that we can track this particular object. So what JavaScript does is it tries to convert it into a string. So let us take this example. Item is an object over here. You can see it's a proxy object, and whenever we store it as a key, the JavaScript tries to convert it into a string using this method, and you will see this weird notation. So how do we solve it? We can use something known as map, and the beauty of map is whenever you store a key as a value in this, when you store an object as a key in the map, the memory reference object is stored instead of the actual object, or it is being converted into a string. So we'll go over here, we'll say target map dot set the target as key, and if I do over here, you will see that the whole object is being tracked right now. It is not even being converted into a string, and that's why we should use maps in this case. So now let us try to store that against this item object. We want to store these two properties because these are being accessed throughout our script. So over here we'll say that let dependency map is equals to target map dot get target. So now what we are doing over here is we are trying to say that find whether this object is being tracked or not. Are we tracking this object? Is this object being referred to in our script or not? So in the initial state it won't be there, right? So we'll just say if there is not any dependency map, we'll say dependency map is equal to new map. I'll just show you why I'm creating another map, and we'll say that target map dot set the target as this dependency map. So what I'm trying to do over here is I'm trying to build a data structure so that I can track that inside this object I want to track that the keys which are being accessed. So that is the first step. I have created a key with the object itself, and the value is an empty map, which is the initial state. And now here what we want to do is we need to run the function of update total whenever the price changes or quantity changes. So we say let functions to run is equals to dependency map dot get the key. So here we are saying that find me the functions which we need to run whenever this particular property changes. So we are setting the initial state, so that is not what we are going to get. So let us set the initial state. So we'll copy that. If we don't find any functions to run, so we will say functions to run equal to an empty array. I mean, we can use an empty array, but an array does not ensure us that a unique values will be stored in the array. But so to avoid these duplications of code, we can just use a set because it stores unique values. Now once we do this, we'll say dependency map dot set the key as this functions to run. So now if I console log this value, I will print this value. You will see that we are kind of building towards the data structure that inside this object just track this property, I don't know, quantity. Now if I do, let's say, item.price, you will see that it is being reflected over here. We are tracking this. So this means we are accessing these properties somewhere in our script. Now once that is done, so what do we need to do? When this quantity changes or price changes, we need to run the function of update total. So we'll say functions to run dot add update total. So we'll see that update total is not defined, which is okay. I think it's commented. So yeah, we can do it. So now if I print the value of target map, you will see that we have successfully built this data structure that we are inside this key object, inside this item object, track these values of quantity and price, and whenever one of these property changes, run this function of, just a second, update, it's still not visible, that's update total. So we have built this data structure. Now what do we want to do? We just need to run this function whenever we are setting some property over here, like quantity or price. So now let's do it. So once we do over here, you will see it doesn't run, which is the expected thing. Now similar to the get handler, we also get set handler in the proxy itself. So this object, this function gives us 3 arguments. First one is the target, again the object which we are setting, the key which is being changed, and the new value which is the updated value. So for example, in this case, you will say that this is the target, this is the key, and this is the new value. So we'll say over here, like now try to item.quantity. So now you will see that even doing the before thing and after updating the state of the quantity, we still get the same value. So why is that? Because here we've completely overridden the native functionality of the set operator. So what do we do over here? We just say from the target, get me this key and set its value to the new value. So now you will see it is being worked over here. So here we just need to do one thing, which is run the functions whenever this key changes of price or quantity. So for that I will say trigger dependencies, trigger functions to run, we can say that to run. Now this takes 2 arguments again, which is the target object. Inside this object, whenever this key changes, trigger this trigger all the functions. So similar to tracking dependencies, we'll say function trigger functions to run, which takes again 2 arguments, the key. Now what we are going to do is we are going to traverse through this target map so that we can find what functions do we need whenever this property changes, like we have to traverse nested into it. So yep, we need to find this function. So to do that, it's very simple. It's similar to this get handler only. We'll say let dependency map is equals to this. So now we'll say that if there is no dependency map, don't do anything. And why is that? Because in this we are referring to this item object. There can be like multiple reactive states, right? But let us set to item 2. But item 2 object is not even being accessed anywhere. So why to even track it? So that's why we'll say that if the object is not being tracked, then just don't do anything. Similarly, we'll say try to find me the functions to run against this particular key. So I'll say functions to run, and now if we find any functions, then just since it's a set, we can use the for each functionality and fn just run all the functions inside it. So now you will see something. So from here even if I have another script, any script wherever it is, if I try to update the quantity, you will see that the total is being automatically updated, and that is what reactivity is. So no matter wherever this object is being referred, this function will run automatically and the reactive system will build. But now there is a kind of a flaw in our system, which is a very naive approach to adding this function update total to all the properties. So what I mean by that is, if I say, let's say item dot brand, you will see that even for the item brand, whenever we access this function is running. I'll show you. So you will see for let us just console. Yeah, if I am trying to say item dot brand equals to, you see this function is being run, has run again. So how do we solve this issue? Because our system needs to be efficient, it should only run this function whenever the state inside this function changes. So for that I am going to introduce a new variable which is active function, whose initial state will be a null value. So in our script we can have thousands of functions, right? But against a property we should ensure that there should be only one active function at a time, so that it can be tracked easily. So here I'll say where is it? Yep, active function. So with that I am going to introduce watcher functionality. So what this is, so this is a watcher function which watches the changes basically. Now it takes one argument, which is the callback function. In this case it will be the update total watcher here, and we'll say that active function is equal to this callback function. Now inside the try box we'll try to execute this function no matter the errors, if there are any errors or not, and then finally we'll set the active function as null again, so that for whenever the next property accessed we can start with the initial state itself. So now instead of doing update total, I'll say watch this inside the watcher, watch these changes, and whenever one of these changes update the total. So okay, I got an error, update total is not defined. Oh right, we need to update it with the active function. So instead of doing the update total function over here, we can just say add the active function for this particular target and this key. So I'll say active function. So we get another error, which is fn is not a function. Okay, let's try to debug it. So let me reload. So over here console, what do we get the value? We get this as an empty okay, cool. Length and arguments, this is fine. I think it's trying to run this function even if it's trying to run the active function even if it is not being tracked. So what I mean by this is, this property does not have any watcher and the active function is set to null. So we can keep a track over here that if there is no active function, then just return, don't do anything. So once we do it, in the console you will see that we are properly able to run this. Now let us try to console log print the value of map, and even if I do this over here, you will see that this property is now not being tracked because there is no watcher function for it, and we are only tracking the price and the quantity. So this is a kind of efficient way to do it. So now just replicate this in the DOM and we are almost done with it. So I have prepared a HTML layout over here, and I used Tailwind classes by using the CDN from the Tailwind itself. It is provided by Tailwind. So once I do it, you will find that we have this UI over here. Now we need to replicate the same thing but with the DOM itself. So that is very simple. So for here we will say, so these are our input elements, and we to check to find the value inside it, we need to have the onChange handler. So inside the HTML script we will see that there is a function of onChange handle quantity change. So nothing, I'm going to do nothing fancy. I'm just a function handle quantity change. It gives me the event of the input element, and say item dot quantity is equal to parse int e dot target dot value. I'm using parse int because the value which is given to us by this mouse handler is in string, so we need to convert it into a number. Now similar to handling the quantity change, I'll also on change do the price change. So just replicate this. So item dot price, and now we are done with it, so this is working. So once that happens, instead of console logging it, what do I want to do is, instead of printing it in the console, I need to show it in the DOM. So for that we have this total HTML, which is have an ID of total. So just do it. So we just say document selector. Since it's an ID, we're going to use the hash, and we'll say that in text content is equals to total. So now whenever we're trying to update this, it would work over here. So let us understand what is going on over this in this issue. So this is because the initial value of this quantity and price is not being set. So so for that, what we'll say is document dot add event listener. So we have an event listener on the DOM, which is called the DOM content loaded. So in this, whenever this HTML is printed onto a DOM, we can attach an event listener and handle some cases, like for example in this case the initial state of price and quantity input values. So over here I'm just going to say one thing. I'll just say that for this input, take this input, again document dot query selector price dot value is equals to item dot price. Similarly we are going to do this for quantity. So now everything is going to work perfectly. Okay, there is some error, which is fine. Let us try to see what is wrong. Function change and quantity change. Inside this one change, let us see what we are getting from here. Huh? Oh, sorry, handle price change. So now when we do it over here, you will see that we have built a successfully built a reactive system. So again, thank you. So wherever it is being accessed, no matter what the script is, as soon as we update item.quantity equals to like 90, it will get updated in the DOM and the input element itself, and we don't have to manually track it. So yeah, thank you so much everyone. To get the resources for this presentation, you can scan this QR code, you can get the presentation, you can get the GitHub link for the code, and you can also see some of my personal socials. Yeah, thank you. Any questions?
Hello. Yeah, any questions from anyone? I guess not. So okay, then we will, thank you so much Ritvik. We'll move on to the next presentation. So next talk is by the RTCamp team. You already saw them, they presented yesterday in Flash Talks. The topic of the presentation is Frappe caching and performance improvements. RTCamp team was building a project management application, and they were fetching data from multiple doc types, like 4 or 5 doc types, and then they ran into some some performance issues, and they are going to share their journey in terms of what they did to fix those issues. So please welcome Neeraj and Devarshi to give the talk.
All right. So whoever was yesterday while we were giving session flash talk, you might already know what RTCamp is and who we are. For those of you who don't know, I am Devarshi and I am engineering manager at RTCamp, and Neeraj is a senior engineer at RTCamp. In last couple of years, we have did a lot of experiments with Frappe, and we started to implement Frappe and ERP Next for our own ERP Next based, ERP implementations. Now, the thing is, we are a service-based agency. We work with WordPress and WordPress-based clients, and how the ERP Next is focused is mainly on SMEs, manufacturing business, and all of this. For giving an example, we don't have items, we don't have quantities and all of those things. We don't have warehouses. We have humans, and we don't have physical resources or anything. We have engineers who are working and spending time on software projects. So that requires a different kind of approach to thinking how ERP works, and how to track all of those things. And so we ended up building a bunch of our own apps. Some of them were very complex, and the main idea was to bring everything to one single platform. Like, you are running a quarterly meeting, and you see there is sales team, there is HR team, there is project management team, and they are fetching the data from 7, 8 different SaaS platforms. Accounting team comes with a different number, sales team comes with a different number, and it wasn't just matching up with how we wanted to go, right? So that was how we started to use ERP Next. We are a pro open source company, that is we support open source, and WordPress itself is open source, so we were looking for something in ERP domain, but that is open source. That's how we came to know about ERP Next. So, next week, please. Next. So yes, we are building a project management software, the PMS, an XPMS we named it, and we integrated it with ERP Next, and all of the accounting, invoicing, and all of those things happens automatically. How we, team does the time entries and everything else. So what happened is, the code was written by us, some code was open source, the other apps were open source, and all of those things. And when we went live, a lot of people started to complain about, hey, there is some delay when we do the time entry. When they click submit button, there is 1 second or a couple of seconds of delay, and we were like, okay, it works fine in our local system. It's just 200 milliseconds in our local system. What's going on with them? So that's how we, we also got frustrated. They were getting frustrated, we also got frustrated, and I was just going to show them okay, it's not our problem. There is something wrong with your internet. And that's why we installed a APM called New Relic. We were using New Relic for WordPress since 8+ years. So I knew New Relic very well. So we installed New Relic in our Frappe installation, and we started to get all the telemetrics, what is going on inside. If you have used a profiler, New Relic does kind of similar thing, but it sends the data to their own SaaS, and then we can see it with charts and everything. It gives a detailed explanation of how each query is running, what is going on in MySQL, how much time it is taking for a specific method to run in Frappe or on your Python code, how the whole thing is affecting the end user as well. That also New Relic collects. So let's see how it goes. So this is the overall, before we did the a little bit of performance improvements. This red line shows that the response time of the server. This is the response time of the server, not the time where, like the response hits the user. This is just purely server. And you can also see like the throughput is pretty less. Now we are running like a huge, it is pretty large server for what our implementation was. And we thought like there has to be something related to performance here. It can't go like this way. So we figure out a couple of queries, slow queries and all of those from New Relic, and we fixed a few of them. And that's how we like came down to the purple line that you are seeing, that is the response time after the performance improvement that we done. And that is not a lot actually. If you see like it's from 400 to 200 milliseconds, but you can see the throughput has also increased. Now what throughput means is like requests per minute, how much requests we are processing per minute. So that also has increased. Our main complaint went away, like this is slow, this is slow. But still, this is not perfect for us. Like the database size that we have is around 4.5 GB, and this is still a little bit slow, and we thought like still let's get deeper into it. And performance improvement clearly means that savings on the cloud infrastructure costs. So next slide please. All right, so this is once again like one of the query was pretty slow. It was taking 40 seconds to run, and after the improvements it just takes 100 milliseconds. Next slide please. All right, so this is again like my way of telling everyone like if you are having issues in real time, just use like a APM or do performance monitoring. I guess Frappe Cloud comes with default one. So how Ankush changed a little bit of code, and like this changed to like more than half of a reduction, like just 10% of time it's taking, and this means clearly savings in infrastructure costs. Next slide please. All right, so like sometimes we know like this isn't the actual solution, like this is not the most optimized thing, and but we still implement it. The reason being like if we think about the optimization prematurely, it is going to, like we are going to spend up a huge amount of time anyway thinking about like what may happen in the production servers, but it may not happen in real time, or the scenario comes like after 3-4 years that we have spent time like a week or two thinking about the optimized solution. Second is monitoring. Without monitoring, I probably wouldn't have been able to, find out like what was the issue actual. And the last thing is like I would say like before doing any caching, please do optimize your code, because caching is like very easy to implement. Like you just write a couple of lines and it will start, you are fetching now data from Redis. But from my previous experience where we are having a site with 30,000 requests per second, it was from cache, I know, but when the cache flushed, when a user updated something from the backend, that 30,000 requests out of those, like eventually 200, 300 started to get ended up into the actual application that was PHP in the back days, but to the PHP, and it started to crash the servers. And that downtime was not even able to, like we had to restart everything to just get out of that downtime. So that's why improvise the code. You don't know when the cache flushes and what may happen at that time and how many requests you were getting. So based on that, yes, improvise code first and then do caching. Next slide, please. All right, if you don't know, Frappe also comes with profiler and monitoring right from the dashboard. I'll share the link to the document link to the end of the presentation. But it comes with SQL profiler where you can, like measure how much time each query is taking for you. Python profiler, that is kind of like C profiler, how methods and everything is executing, the stack trace and all of that. And it comes with a bench profile where you can, like bench execute individual functions as well, and monitor the time and everything that is resources being taken by them. So next slide. All right, next slide I'm going to hand it over to Neeraj, who built this Frappe PMS. He is going to, next PMS, he is going to give a short demo of it, and he will tell you like how performance can be improved in here. So, yep, next, up to you.
Hello. Let me just go to my PMS site. It is, by the way, the live site. which is on our ERP side. So as you can see, I have a week-wise data of the timesheet where whenever employee logs in, all the leaves, holidays, and timesheet that has been done by the employee will be aggregated, and some complex computation will be done on the data, and everything will be compacted within the 1 week range. And by default, we show the 4 weeks of data to that employee. So if you see, this is just my timesheet. So you can see this is the part where the heaviest operation is being performed, where every data from projects, tasks, timesheet, leave application, holidays is being fetched and computed upon. Second place is this, where the resource is being allocated based on the employee hours. So this is also part where the complex computation happens. And similarly for the projects, so as you can see, here is the project listing, and for every project the employees hour are getting listed. So every data that you see here is heavily computed, and then afterward it is shown to the user. So moving on to the slides then. Yeah. So that's being the heaviest operation that I just showed you, which part is the computational expensive. So to mitigate this, we first improvise upon the slow queries, code optimization, and then now we are moving towards the caching side so that our request time can be reduced. So for this, I have prepared one function here. By the way, it is a actual function that we use on to fetch the data. Some part of it are obfuscated, so the permission parts are removed from here. So the main function is this: the get timesheet data. What it does, it takes the employee and start date, and then by default we show the 4 weeks of data. So what it does, it loops over the employee max range and get the week's date, and then we create a key, cache key, that we will be using further. And first we check if we have the cache data for that particular week or not. If we have that cache data, then we simply just skip that loop and continue to the next week. And if we do not find that loop, we do not find that data, then for the employee we calculate the holidays, leave, and perform some nested loop operation that we have to do to show the weeks wise data. As soon as we get the data, then we aggregate the data based on the week, and before returning it to the user, we just cache it. Since it is my local environment, so to show the actual response time of this function, I just added a sleep timer here. And now I can just go to the, so this is the API where I am passing the employee name, and if I first hit it, so in this way the API response is, they get the leave data, holidays, and then there is the data where week's information is getting listed for every task on the time entry that they have done. So if I just close this, you can see it almost took 2.2 seconds, the execution time of that particular function. But since first time I ran this, there is no cache data here, and if I just refresh it again, there will be the cache data. So let me just refresh it. So you can see that sleep timer that we put, because we have the cache data, that whole complete computation part is just being skipped here, and the execution time of that function is very less here. So this way we can implement the caching, so the computation part of the heavy computed operation can be skipped. So within the Frappe, by default, we use a Redis as a caching layer. So someone might ask what is a Redis. So it is just an in-memory database where the data is stored in memory. That can be RAM also, and it is a fast because the data is right in your memory. and it can be used for the session management, job scheduling, message queues, whatever the case that you can think of. So how traditionally the Redis can work is like whenever the user comes to your application, the data first being fetched from the caching layer, and if the data is present there, we do not have to look into the database or any other computation has to be done there. It just return the data to the client. And if the data is not there, just we fetch the data from your database, do the calculation, and before passing it to the client, we will just first cache it for the next time. So by default, Frappe uses caching at the various level. If you look at the caching in the Frappe, boot information, pages, doc type, metadata, all of them are getting cached. So if you ever did frappe.get meta, it will first return the cached metadata of that particular doc type. By default, Frappe does the caching at 2 points. First one being the request level, where the frappe.local.cache is being used for the request level caching, and second one is being the Redis wrapper itself, where the Frappe exposes frappe.cache layer. And to flush the cache, we have the two function, clear cache and clear website cache. So to differentiate both of them, clear cache will flush all of your cache data, and clear website cache will only remove the pages related data, the HTML that is being stored in the cache. So basically there are two type of caching. First one being the value based cache, where it can further be divided into two parts. First one being the string, and second one is being the very complex part, which can be hash, stored via the hash. So it, as the name suggests, value based, it is very simple. You just have to provide the key and the value, and it will store it in the cache layer. So to do that, you can use the set value to store the key and get value to get the value from the cache layer. Second one being the function level caching. What it means that you first compute the function, the aggregated result that function will return, it will be stored into the cache. So by default, Frappe provides Redis underscore cache decorator. Whenever you use this decorator, so Frappe generates the key based on the parameter that you provide to this function. So whenever suppose there are A and B parameter, and you provide some values to it, it will generate one cache key, and the data will be stored against that key. And whenever the parameter will change, the new key will be generated, and the data will be again stored into the cache. So it simply means that for every unique input that you provide, the data will be stored. So you do not get the stale data every time. And before moving to next slide, there are some other functions also that are LRU cache that you can use to further improve the performance. So since we know the caching, how many types of caching are there, and we show the live demo, we can move to the best practices. So caching is just not that we just apply everywhere. Before applying caching everywhere, we should look into our code and designate the areas where we should actually add the caching. So first point being the avoid over caching, only do the caching wherever it is required, and do the caching strategically. So like you can do caching at places where the data is not being changed frequently. So if your data is being changed too frequently, then the caching should be done based on the invalidation also, because invalidation is necessary for the caching. To do the invalidation, you should set a proper expiration time. By default, it is somewhere around 60 seconds and 60 seconds to 3600 seconds. And also you can do the manual invalidation of the cache by just deleting the cache using the delete key from the Frappe provided functions. So yeah, here are the some reference link that you can check out, and thank you for listening to me.
thanks everyone. By the way, just the next PMS app that you have seen, we are going to make it open source in probably in this month itself. So yeah, you will see a shout out from our RTCamp handles on LinkedIn or Twitter about this. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. You guys gave an interesting talk yesterday and today as well. So yeah, really good. Quick announcement before we move on to the next talk. There are flash talks going on the first floor auditorium, and the topics are payment automation by Viral, designing cascading permissions in Frappe Insights by Sakib, commit developer tooling app for Frappeverse by Sumit Jain, and removing unwanted fields from database by Prasad. So any of these topics interest you, you can also go on the first floor and be a part of those talks. Here we will move on to the next talk. It's by another Frappe engineer. Okay, I'll let the people settle then. Okay, I don't have the topic. So the next talk is by another Frappe engineer. He has worked on Frappe framework for a very long period of time, and he is also an owner of a very cool app called Frappe Builder. Today he is coming with a very interesting topic. I'll let him unfold the topic himself. Please welcome Suraj Shetty.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, hope I'm audible properly. Um, yeah, hello everyone. I'm Suraj. I'm product owner of Frappe Builder. For those who don't know, Frappe Builder is a low-code tool that lets you create and manage your websites. So, while working on Frappe Builder, I come across many different weird issues, and because the nature of that app is quite complex. So this talk is mainly about exploring one of those issues and how I try to solve it. The title might seem a bit vague, but by the end of the talk, it will be clear. So I'll start. When I was working on a page on Frappe Builder, I noticed one weird thing. While editing a page, I zoomed in, and the canvas looked like this. It was very choppy, and it was quite unusable at that point. So bit of a context that Frappe Builder has been out there for use since more than 1 year, and I never faced this issue, and suddenly got this. So let me give you a quick explanation of how this thing works. Like suppose I have this block and I want to zoom it. What we do is we set CSS property transform scale, and if I want to make it big, I change the value. And if I want to make it smooth, I just change this value, and it looks like this. So that's it. The canvas zoom works like this under the hood. So back to the issue. Um, so back of my mind, since I recently did some core code changes, I thought that might be messing up with my canvas zoom. So I wanted to check what's going on. So I opened my dev tools to check what's the problem, and surprisingly, browser was showing dropped frames, full of dropped frames, but there were no JS code getting executed below that. And there was no obvious reason why this was failing. So, um, I could rule out that none of my code was interfering with this, and I tried uh, zooming in different browser, and it worked there. So the conclusion here was the issue was Chrome specific, and it was only in the latest version, because previously it was working fine, and I confirmed it by downloading the old version, and it was working fine. The zoom functionality was smooth. So this was because of one problematic Chrome update. So I then thought, what about other apps with similar functionality? They might be suffering too, right? So I checked Canva, and their Zoom was working fine. So even though this Chrome update broke my Zoom functionality, there was there was room for improvement. And I tried to look for a solution. I wrote some keywords like zooming in is laggy, breaking, something like that, and found many people suggested using this CSS property to resolve your issue. So I tried it, and it fixed my issue. Yeah, Zoom was working fine. But when I noticed it, when I looked it closely, there was pixelation in the content of my canvas. And this was not acceptable, because that would be a very bad experience, editing experience in the canvas. So I obviously couldn't take this solution. Wanted to look for more solutions. So before finding for solution, I had to narrow down what the actual issue was. So what I did is I created another app with limited with only the canvas functionality and nothing else, so that nothing related to builder was interfering with the zoom functionality. So this thing worked fine. So the thing is, if this is working fine, then there is something in builder code that was interfering with the zoom. So as a developer, I do this often to debug issue. What I do is, if one version of application is working and another is not, I tend to break it and see what the, first I'll see what the difference is and try to break so that I can pinpoint what the issue is. So I did the same. I found these styles that were missing in the new app, and it was there in builder. So I moved it to new app, and it did break my canvas. And think about it, this is just a bare bones canvas zoom and nothing else, and still it broke like this. Now the process of elimination. From this two properties, I commented out box shadow and checked if it worked fine. And it did. It, the zoom was working very well. Now for some reason, I tried the opposite of it. I commented out border radius and enabled box shadow, and then tried again. It still worked. Um, so the first time that I commented out, I thought I got the solution. I could move ahead with this and just remove the box shadow, and I'll be done with this. But this thing created some mystery around it. So I also thought of this thing then. This is elements of fire. If you want fire, you need these three elements. And if you take away one of it, you can extinguish fire. So this was similar. If you have border radius, box shadow, and scale, then you have a fire, CSS fire. And it felt like fire because I was quite desperate to solve this issue, because people who will update their Chrome browser will face this issue. So I had to deploy something. So to solve this, I fixed the issue by removing border radius, because it had minimum impact on how canvas looked. Also, technically, having border radius on canvas was not a right approach, because you are clipping off some pixels from your canvas. You should provide users with complete end-to-end pixels. You should not clip off. So that got resolved, but the mystery still remains. This was the mystery. Why is using box shadow and border radius with border radius an issue? And the second one was what I wanted to write what specific change in Chrome caused this issue. First thing, so I tried to investigate to resolve first mystery. I did some research. I got to know that browsers do some optimizations out of the box. What they do is they delegate lots of heavy computing to GPU, and it is also called as hardware acceleration. Calculating box shadow style is almost always CPU bound, because GPUs are not efficient for calculation needed for pixel blurring around your div according to the shadow you want to create. And the third one is style calculation of box shadow with border radius uses different and more complex strategy compared to normal rectangle shadow of box shadow. Like, suppose you have a box, and if you want to create a shadow for it, what browser does is it creates a rectangle rectangle for that, and it blurs it out. But it can't do same thing for rounded cornered rectangle. So it uses different and more complex, which uses heavy computation to render that. And pair that with continuous scaling, it becomes even more heavy. And if you have a spread in your border radius, it continues to exponentially grow. Like suppose you have a small div and it grows, the shadow and the calculation grows even more. So that's why this gets really complicated for browser, and that's why it was getting choked. So, and the next mystery, what specific change that caused this issue is still a mystery. I don't know about it, but I know which version caused that issue. The version, Chrome version 126 started, I mean, from that version, this issue got introduced. So my next step will be to check what specific change they did and to get more insight on what is going on. But this is good insight enough so that I can think of uh, what are the properties that trigger hardware acceleration so that I could have more efficient user interface. Like for example, to solve this, there is one alternative solution as well. Like instead of box shadow, you could use drop shadow, a filter, CSS filter, because it triggers hardware acceleration and it is bit different, it takes bit different approach to render the shadow. And in my case, it works because I don't, I'm not very specific about how the shadow will fall. So that works. But right now, I have removed border radius to solve this. Yeah, I mean, this was one exploration I wanted to share. Learnings, I would say, as developers, we are expected to create simple interface and easy to use interface for our users. But it is our responsibility, developers' responsibility to understand the complexity of tools that you are using under the hood as well. So this pushed me to do that. This just reinforced that thought. So yeah, having a deep understanding about your tools helps you helps you deal with the crisis situation, and I think this learning will be helpful in other situations as well. So yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you. Any questions?
Sorry, is that something we need to ask about this, or any Frappe Builder questions would do? Anything on Frappe Builder question will do, or is there anything specific on this topic? Yeah, Frappe Builder. Okay. So yeah, the main question we have got there is like the menu which is defined in the desktop is not automatically coming on the desktop. Sorry, the mobile. Is there any plans that it can come in automatically in the coming versions? So we have to redo the whole menu structure once again on the mobile view.
So you want a navigation menu to be automatically populated in mobile view as well, right? So I have one navbar block template. It yeah, it does not have that. Yeah. So yeah, I think I can do something about it. Yes. Yeah. Anything else? Questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suraj. We are actually running early. We still have like 20 minutes. So Safwan, who is one of our teammates, he has an announcement to make. So he'll just take a couple of minutes, not much time. So over to you, Safwan.
Hello everyone. Many of you might know about Frappe Drive. That is a cloud storage solution. We've been working on it for a few years, I'd say, but we never actually got around to the launch. So today, I have some exciting news to share. Frappe Drive is now a public app. Any of you can sign up and use it. One minute. Why is it not mirrored? Where's Parth? Follow? Yeah. Do you see it on the screen? Parth, why is it not mirrored? It's not mirroring for some reason.
Did you get an option to just remove it? There's no input.
So the screen is coming, this alone is not coming.
Yeah, wait on.
Okay, sorry for the hitch. So you guys can go to drive.frappe.io and sign up. You can also use the QR code here. Yeah. Please contact me if you have any questions or feedback.
Cool. Thank you, Safwan. You can take a screenshot of this, maybe, picture of this, and give it a try. It's really cool. Now, that was our last talk of the day. We have a tea break now, and then we will meet again for the closing session at 5 p.m. Thank you. Tea will be, we are running early, tea will be served at 4. So, yeah. We have the results ready. I'll let Suraj and Tanmoy. Tanmoy, please come forward.
Can announce. We'll skip this. Ayush Dalal. But it will be a leaderboard, no? Like who is not available, just the prize will be skipped. उसके बाद list. एक मिनट. हाँ लेकिन. So, congrats Aditya. You will not get anything. So we will be filtering out Frappe people and few people from Resilient, yeah. So we have the list. So Sabu is here. Yeah. So he is first in different list. This is Tanmay, by the way. Tanmay and Ankush did the whole setup of this CTF. Great job by them. Next is Abdul Samad. Abdul. Okay. Next is Ria Mathiv. Dheeraj S. Dheeraj. Karan? How do you pronounce this? Karan. Curran. He's not here. This person. Sorry, but how do you pronounce it? Karan? Karan? Okay. Next is Prajwal. Nikhil? Nikhil Kotari? Ninad Parik? Skipping. Venkatesh? Bhavan? Sharon? KR? ये सब है विशाल विशाल कुमार निखिल शरण फ्रैपे वाले स्किप स्मिथ स्मिथ मोरा मोहम्मद इरफान कार्तिक शर्मा सुमित जैन मोहम्मद जहीर साई प्रिया ये मिस कर दिया मोहम्मद जासिर अमल पॉल एक्स्ट्रा कैसे हो गया? लेके आओ, लेके आओ. All right. So if you want to change your the size, you can get in touch with her or at the reception. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Okay. So first of all, congrats to all the winners. One round of claps for all of them. And so now we are moving towards the end of the Frappe Build event. And this session is going to be an open mic session. So if you want to share anything, it could be your experience, if you have any feedback for Frappe, or if you have any story to share, the mic is yours. Please don't feel shy to come forward. Take this opportunity, share your learnings. The floor is yours. Someone needs to start, then I think people will start coming. Yeah, Rajarajan.
Thanks, Frappe, for organizing such a wonderful event. Thanks, Frappe, for the wonderful opportunity to join and see all the dev engineers. And we have got a good turnaround this time. And hopefully, in order to improve our Frappe community, I recommend or request Frappe team to conduct this more Frappe events, at least 3 to 4 events in a year. That is my request. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Rajarajan. Who wants to go next? You'll go? Yeah, sure.
Hi everyone, I'm Sinan from Ifeon Private Limited. I'm coming from Kerala. So yeah, last year I did attend the Frappe Build at Pune, and yeah, the turnaround is indeed better, and the event itself is more catered toward developers, as was promised. And there are things that we could improve of course, but that's not like they'll do it over more events. What to say? Yeah, the games were fun. The food, as always, is great. I wanted to say something that I can't. Okay. Yeah, so like if you had no, I don't know if you guys noticed, but there are a lot of people from Kerala here. So we would love to have an event at Kerala that is just by Frappe itself, whether it's Frappe local or an event like a Frappe Build or Frappe Verse hosted in Kerala itself. So yeah, that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are getting a lot of requests from everywhere. There are people from Hyderabad, they are telling us come to Hyderabad. There are people from Kerala, they are saying come to Kerala. We'll come everywhere, don't worry, very soon. Okay, who will go next? You don't have to just share the feedback about this event. In case you have anything to share, your experience with Frappe, any of the Frappe products. If you have built any products of your own and you want to share your journey, you can do that as well. And guys, please no crosstalks, maintain silence. If anyone from Frappe team also wants to come forward, you can. Okay, we have a gentleman.
It's very overwhelming. I mean, I hear that so much of crowd is here. I'm thinking, is it because of me? Anyway, Frappe has been, for me, as a love at first sight. I think I started in 2019. I was working with a team, very committed team. Nikhil was one of my team member that time, Nikhil Kothari. Yeah, and in last 5 years, I have actually spoken about Frappe in at least 10 different places. Thailand in some university. In India, I was in Pondicherry, and now I am in Patna. So yes, I would love to have Frappe in Patna as well. Yeah. Myself is basically a technology consultant with more than 20 years of experience. Yeah, I'm 50. Yeah, and ERP Next and Frappe is really, I mean, it's really a amazing. When I saw Frappe and ERP Next first, it was like, I mean, somebody did it in India, and that was like, Rushav, amazing work. Yeah, and it has been an amazing journey, and now I am currently having my own startup, which is a health tech company. And we are, and again, we won't say we are a Gen AI company. For us, we are trying to solve a problem which is very, very, in medical imaging. It's like delayed reports, and we are trying to build some platform where CT image or MRI image, which is 3D image, is uploaded, and we want to get the report in 10 minutes. Currently, the time taken is around 8 to 24 hours because radiologist is not available. So we are trying to empower the radiologist and the doctors to go 10x. So that's the startup, and that's happening in Bihar, in Patna, in Bodh Gaya. We are collaborating with IIT Patna, IIM Bodh Gaya, and IGIMS in Patna, which is one of the largest research center in the medical field. So yeah, that's all. Thank you so much. It was great experience to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words. Okay, so when you come forward, also introduce yourself so that people know. Okay, cool. Who will go next? Yeah, if you have any questions or anything, you can ask questions as well. The Frappe team is here to respond. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jnani. I'm here for this event all the way coming from Melbourne. So when I see Frappe for the first time, which is exactly a year ago, it was like, yes, that's a game changer. And fast forward 1 year, I'm here. So we have done a couple of implementations, and those who have seen today the PWA mobile app, that's from our team. And it's really great to come over here and meet the team here in Frappe. Right now, at least, I can now know all the faces for the name, so I can just straight away shoot some emails now. Thank you, Rishabh, and thank you, the team. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Nasir from Standard Touch. Just a question, since questions are allowed, to the team is that are there any plans for consultants maybe, a similar conference type, or maybe like some business owners? I know Frappeverse is a mix of both, but are there any plans for a dedicated one? So that is first one. And second one is I was having conversation with lots of people here, and 2 points which came up, although not similar, not really from a developer's perspective, but nonetheless. So the question was like the developers are building great stuff, and Frappe as a whole now is just building products, and they are not into implementations. And what is the market requirement? So are they getting any feedback from the partners to the developers on the products they are building? So probably they can tune it to the requirements. So these are the two questions.
There should be some more effort on, like, see, any platform, I mean, when you have technology, and well, it has to marry with the business. So the business community is very important because that's where the revenue is generated. And ERP Next being one of the really solid ERP. And Frappe is another, like, it's like two different thing altogether. I mean, Frappe is for developer community, but ERP Next is for business community. Like any ERP ecosystem, like SAP you see, they have a huge ecosystem of consultants. And that actually drives the SAP implementation and everything. And to grow ERP Next to the next level, I would say that we should build some community where basically the consultants, like business consultants, ERP consultants, are invited and made aware of such amazing product, because that's how this ERP Next can really get into the bigger game. Thank you.
So thanks for that feedback. So usually in a business event, developers complain that we don't have developer events, and then the other way around. So just so you know, we do business events. One of them is called a Frappe Local. We do it in various tier 1 cities. The last one we did it was in, I think, Ahmedabad, right? Bangalore, which was 2 months ago. So that is specifically for ERP Next consultants. Another thing we do for our partner ecosystem is a lot of sales boot camps, product trainings. So we ensure all of our ecosystem is educated. So a Frappe school is also kind of part of this whole education thing. But if there's anything else you feel which can be done, please do let me know. We can definitely think about it. Thanks. Yeah, and there's also the newsletter, so you can keep yourself updated. We have a monthly newsletter which keeps you informed about everything we are doing in any city specifically, or an online training or an event that is happening. So do subscribe to the newsletter. Thanks.
Yeah, hi. So the answer to the second question, like how closely are we interacting with the partners? So most of the refactoring and bug fixing, we do come from partners. Like we very closely work with them. It might look like we are moving in a slow pace. That's because from what I've seen in the last 3 years, the complexity is growing and the speed at which we address them is getting slower. So I would ask you to be a little bit patient, but we are working on them, and we do closely work with partners. The partners are the ones who identify, okay, these are the areas that are heavily broken. You need to address them because there are customers who are actively asking for that. One such cases are the pricing rule and the budget validation refactor that I'm currently doing. So yeah, like it's not like we're completely deaf and we're not hearing anything. Like we do closely work with them. I hope that answers your question. Any other ERP Next specific questions? Please do come forward. Like I'm happy to answer. So for official partners, obviously you have support tickets. Any issue that you face, they always raise support tickets. For unofficial, unfortunately, I mean, public forums are the only forum. So for official partners, yeah, obviously you have your partner managers. You can reach through them as well, and support tickets. Both channels are available. And the most critical ones usually reach through us through our support, partner managers. Like we have partner enablement managers. They usually figure out, okay, there are certain partners who are struggling in these areas. Maybe you have to look into them. So that's how we got to know, okay, there are some areas that we need to work on. So GitHub and Discuss forum, these are all public forums. Depending on how much noise you make there, we work on them. So if it is highly critical, make as much noise as possible on the forums. Any other questions? Fine. So I think we can continue on with the feedback. Like if you have any feedbacks, just do come forward and share.
I'm not here to answer any questions. Yeah, this is a continuation of discussion I had with Jannat a while ago, and related to a training event we have planned in Dubai that did not materialize. It was very surprising for me being in Dubai for last 7 months, and even in India and everywhere. Like we see that there's a lot of companies who are actively looking for Frappe engineers. There's actually a huge gap of engineers who can work on Frappe. At least that was my experience. It has increased. Like last year when we tried to hire, we got like 2 or 3 applications that came in. Last 2 weeks back we put a thing, and within 1 hour I got 30 applications from Frappe developers, from people I know, companies. But the gap I felt is like, you might already know that there are a lot of certification courses who are selling like certificate in Gen AI and all. A lot of crappy solutions are being sold as career solutions, and people are paying big money for that, right? There are still Tally certifications, at least in my hometown, one of the biggest institute is still Tally. Like I have intern who came after completing Tally certification, and it's still something a lot of BCom students and MBA students and all go and spend big buck on, right? But the reason for that is Tally has sold that part, like showing Tally as one of the way to get your career on track and all those things, even though it's a sunsetting tech, right? And also another angle, you know, this government, all this cottage industry and stuff, you know, self-empowering people, and from that angle also, there's actually a huge gap, which like on one side, ERP or the Frappe stack and Frappe ecosystem and all can enable new people who are passed out and people who are looking for career to find the right jobs. On the other side, we can help a lot of people to be financially independent. Like just take Frappe CRM for example, right? Frappe CRM itself is a independent product, and until I started talking to people, I had no clue that many number of people are using ClickUp and Monday.com in Calicut. I'm talking about Calicut is a tier 2 or tier 3, I don't know. It's a small town. And I got 2 clients. One client was on Salesforce in Calicut. They had 200 people licensed on Salesforce, and they were paying around negotiated amount of $12 per user per month. And I don't know any one of you have seen Salesforce. I saw it for the first time when I went to this client. It's an old, you know, the old PHP based solution, right? And they asked me to download the data out of Salesforce to test it. So I was searching for the option. I had to download a Java thing, and I had to install Java SDK. And then I had to run a command line to open up a old VB style dialog. Then I had to go and get a token generated from the Salesforce to get an Excel export of their customers. That's how they are. But they're one of the biggest. They're charging $12 and all those things. So what I'm saying is like Frappe Cloud to turn on CRM is like one click on the cloud and it's done. So if you have a functional consultant who can do this, can actually sell this to customers, and so you can enable that on one side. But the gap I'm seeing is you have Frappe companies actively looking for people who can work on it. You have engineers and students who are not able to find any job after doing their Tally certification, CCNA, CEH, CCP, and all. So these people, just to get their job on track, they take whatever certificate that is being advertised as a career option, right? And then they take a one-way ticket to Dubai or someplace, and they take a room sharing, and then they start hunting for job, and they don't get any job, right? So at the same time, we are not getting people for our trainings when we are announcing any training. So I think it is a communication problem. Like we are not able to communicate that this is a growing stack. Businesses are continuously moving to that. There are a lot of big companies in the region which is constantly moving and hiring for this tech. So if you are in XYZ tech, maybe learning this would be a good option to level up. That's one angle. And secondly, just a last note, like I had a word with a person in Bangalore which was dealing with single mothers. Like they said, like a huge number of single mothers struggling to meet their ends. And these are educated people with, like some are graduates, but they are graduate on some random courses which cannot find them a job, right? And one good thing about tech, it's a liberating job, right? You don't have to travel every day somewhere and do that somewhere else. You don't have to work 8 hours a day. This is something you can commit whatever time you're free, and they can still do it. They can still find jobs. They can still sell a CRM or set up an ERP for a small business. So I don't know what is the solution, but I felt there is a gap here. One is the disconnect between the job seekers to skill up and find these jobs, which is basically one training away, right? Like for a person who's already in tech, maybe one training session of Frappe is enough for them to skill up and start contributing here. And the second thing has to do with empowering part. Like can we empower people with this tech and have a track maybe in Frappe school where, a financial independent course or something, right? You learn this tech. So it might need some of experience on how you can find clients on social media, how you can deliver to them, what is the standard of doing a business, what is an invoice. Maybe a homemaker won't know what is an invoice, even they learn to do a Frappe CRM, right? Something like that. Just a very random feedback, just a continuation of the conversation I had with Jannat. Just if anyone have something to input here, it would be great. I think someone should take this up.
+1, I'm Mina from Egypt. +1 for the gap that Safwan mentioned in the supply and demand in the consultants and the qualified developers. Maybe there is such a gap even in India, but in the Middle East and other global regions, you don't imagine the situation. It's actually like, my teammates are laughing. So. And we see also some developers start working with Frappe and ERP Next, and they are not foreseeing it as a full-time career, like a longer-term career, because it's like almost like an entry point into development job, then they jump into other stacks. So this needs to be marketed as Frappe as a stack, as a framework, needs to be marketed heavily, to be more adopted, I guess. I think also I need to mention something related to the Frappe developers, the cool kids, the cool club kids building awesome stuff. They actually are hearing more and more input from the market in different ways. We had like a flash talk about this. It was a very simple scenario where we needed to build very complex financial reports, very tedious work. Then we decided to build like a utility tool to make it much easier. And when we started, actually, we were very reluctant to showcase this, and we thought that nobody will be interested actually. And we actually had even self-doubt that this should be in Insights, but we don't know how to do it. Yeah, we were self-doubting our knowledge. Then when we talked to Saqib, it just clicked that this should be in the core actually, and this is like having ERP Next reports as a data source. It may make sense. Of course, there is no roadmap, no promises here doing the Frappe way, but this is how people, this is how they get the feedback, by communicating. So, and I don't think if you guys like asked for their emails or opened a GitHub issue and then texted them, I think you will be getting this kind of feedback, because the Frappe engineers are always from my experience as a service partner with them, they are always very getting involved in getting excited about challenges. So if you presented it as a challenge and they see that it have merit, I think things will be getting more and more features that is usable to the real world. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mujir. I have one feedback, like please pay attention to GitHub issues because they come from real ground, like the requirements and all. I have put up a lot of issues for Frappe HR. Okay, they're like serious issues, you know, like changing the leave policy in between a year, things like this. You know, the customers get stuck. The customers get stuck, and eventually the people who are putting up the implementation, right, they are also kind of getting stuck with this kind of problems. And second thing is about the PRs. I somehow feel, like my observation, the PRs that come from the community, you know, they are kind of not taken very seriously. I see a lot of stale bot things like this PR is going to get stale because there is no activity and all. So please look into this. You know, because it kind of gets discouraging, you know. And then after a while you will start feeling like there's no point contributing back. So you will eventually do it as a customization and you will manage.
So we discussed this in the opening session, that the way to get your PR merged, Mujir, if you're listening, is to tag somebody, find a maintainer, get their attention. Because there are just too many PRs, and you know, maybe you can look up to the person who has worked on that file and send them, like, you know, @ tag them or something. The goal is like, because there are too many PRs coming, like we have to increase the number of maintainers, and the only way the number of maintainers increase is by getting more trustworthy people to regularly contribute. And like whoever wants to be a contributor, and this is a huge opportunity to be a regular contributor to any of our products, is start with small fixes and build a reputation. So first contribute to small fixes that seem very obvious, and then, you know, build relationship with an existing maintainer, and then ultimately you will get maintainer rights yourself, and then you become a maintainer of the product. So that is the way. Like if you feel your PRs are not getting attention, just tag somebody. You can text me also, by the way. You can text me directly that saying, hey, I have this PR, it's not getting merged. But reach out to somebody, like figure out, like there is a social aspect to open source. It's not like impersonal that, you know, some PR has to be there and it has to be merged. It's not like that. Like there is a social aspect that somehow we forget, and we just have to build like the social aspect and then find people, build trust, build communities, and that's how PRs get merged.
Hi, I'm Vignesh from Aerial Technologies. So just adding to what the previous discussion was happening on the developers availability with the actual expectations and the demand from the community. So it's been kind of working out well in our team with the developer availability. So we had collaborated with the college and were requesting them to include Frappe in their training curriculum actually, and they've also agreed to it and starting to add Frappe as a in their training curriculum in the 5th and 6th semester in the engineering course. So it in fact is getting the students exposed to the open source, to Frappe and to all other products that's happening, and it's actually working out really well. The students, while they're graduating, they're really coming up with a good developer kind of an experience by getting to know all this, and it's working out well. So maybe that can be attempted in different regions if that is okay. Yeah, and maybe just adding one more. So within our team, the developers' productivity and also their quality of delivery actually had improved a lot after they have started contributing to the GitHub issues, identifying very small issues as Rishabh mentioned, and actually starting to contribute. So whenever they get free time, if they are starting to look out for issues and then identifying them and starting to make PR, they make mistakes, but actually they are improving it, and on a longer term, it is in fact improving the quality of their developers' productivity a lot. So I request all the developers to keep pushing for it and like start with small issues and push it. Maybe sorry, one more thing. Yeah, so I request any comments from the Frappe team on this monkey patching. Many developers I spoke here like had been having issues with that. Like people doing monkey patching, like changing the memory reference of a functions, and if you have any comments about it, because there is no way where you can override a non-class, non-whitelisted function. So how many of you have faced issues with monkey patch? Like, yeah. So it should not be done, or like what is the other way, like what is the suggestion like that's there? It should not be blocked too, but when they have multiple custom apps, multiple monkey patch, like the monkey patch should be managed in some way, like they are doing monkey patching like just like that, and so it's in fact disturbing their own production level code. What is your comment? Should be blocked or should we not use it? Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, not again very informed comment, but I think monkey patch happens when you want to change the default behavior in a way that the hooks don't support. The ideal way is to write a hook and get it merged and then use the hook to kind of monkey patch. But if there is no other option, I think the better option is to fork, like, and maybe at least that way you have some history on what went wrong. Because if you are monkey patching, then there is no, like, hard to find the diff also, right? Like what went wrong. So maybe maintain a fork for a while and then push a fix till you can. But yeah, and then if there are standard more and more, if there are patterns to things that you are monkey patching, then maybe just make a hook for that. Yeah. I don't know if there is any better solution though. Or we can block monkey patching, then people will be forced to add a hook. I think that is also better. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, about the training. So a lot of, I think at least 3 people reached out to me that, okay, about colleges, right? How can we have student, if we do go to colleges and train them, and then we'll have a good flow of developers, and also they will get, as Safwan mentioned, right? They will also get jobs. So we have thought about it, and we are trying to do it in one of the colleges in Rajkot. Smithal is collaborating, but we can't do it alone. So we'd suggest if you are directly connected with your college, or maybe you know some college that, or a professor that could, maybe you can give the training, right? We'll give you the material, we'll give you the guidance, we'll even give participation certificates if you want from Frappe School, right? So if you have any ideas along that line, just hit us up at school@frappe.io, we'll be happy to help. Then Kerala, right? We have a training in Kerala on 13th and 14th. That is that is also sold out, but I can get you a seat if you want. I have access to the rock type. So yeah, we have ERP Next training as well as a Frappe training that is free of cost. So if you want to attend that, and maybe you want someone else to attend, then also fine, it's in Tinker Hub. Then again, we are starting a new thing, multilingual trainings. So if you want, for example, someone reached out to me, we want to do trainings in Telugu, right? Reach us out, right? If you want to do it on Frappe School platform online, that is also good. If you want to do it offline, we will also support that. Then about, okay, that's the last point. I was going to give a flash talk on it, but I'll just mention it right now. We did an experiment called Framework Zero to Hero Training, which basically starts from Flask, teaches MVC, and then slowly builds up to Frappe framework. And this was of freshers. They were interns, and like we got 6 people trained, and they at the very end they built 3 projects, and all of them are solid. So starting from Flask in 2 months, right? So we also have that curriculum prepared now. So if you have any ideas for that as well, to reach us out. And if you have a batch of developers, this can be especially useful if you are hiring freshers and don't have the training capacity, and maybe you want to train, right, in a batch. So yeah, that is also there. So we are trying out things, experimenting, and always open to ideas. Thanks.
So in addition to what Hussein said, today I was talking to someone and they rightfully said that Udu is doing a lot of events in tier 2, tier 3 cities like Salem and Madurai and whatnot. So just like democratizing education, I think we can even democratize events, marketing, webinars. So anytime any of you want to do events, it could be training events, marketing events, any kind of a thing to collaborate with us and do it. Please reach out to us, reach out to me, reach out to anybody from the Frappe team, and we'll find a way to also kind of programmatically deliver more events through the community. That would be insane, right? If all of us did our bit in our own cities, that would probably create a huge wave if all of us start doing little things. And if you want to use our SOPs on how to do good events or how to do and you want to use our brand and etc., we can definitely engage in a more deeper commitment anytime you want to do an event. Thank you.
Okay, you want to give some closing thoughts? Sure.
Yeah, so before the vote of thanks, I just want to, like, a lot of people talked about marketing and Basavraj said about evangelizing and all of these things. I think the best way to market is to do great work in wherever you are, whichever company you are part of. Like, make sure your projects are great, your work is great, your code is great, like you are doing successful projects, and that is the best marketing. Like, do good work and everything else usually follows. I know we are all challenged by Udu because we see Udu everywhere, but but there is another way. I think that the way that, you know, by doing good work is always the long-term way of, sustainable way of doing things. And the way we have reached here is the same way, right? Every time we do better quality work at Frappe, we see a growth in the community. And I think that lesson applies to all of you. Like, if you do great work, you will see growth in your own career, your own companies, and obviously the community, right? So anybody who is part of Frappe community should automatically be someone people can recognize and say, oh, this person is from the Frappe community. They are doing great work in that community. So keep the standard very high. That is the best marketing.
Okay, thank you, Rushabh. So now we'll move on to vote of thanks. You know, organizing an event like this is never easy. You know, all the puzzles have to come together to have a successful event. And we'll invite Aditya to give a quick vote of thanks.
This is a big list. So first of all, thank you every one of you and the people who have left for coming here and listening to us, listening to other people talk. And then yeah, waiting so late. And by the way, this is like the second time I come to Bangalore, and like every time I travel from the airport to here, it's like 1.5 hour travel, like in the cab, like that is the time it takes for me to go from like Mumbai to Pune, almost. So anyway, thanks for coming, thanks for attending, thanks for joining. Then our sponsors, Accentor, Hybrid Labs, and Navari. It's also us, but okay. And then everybody who talked, and everybody who gave flash talks, everybody who had talks pre-decided. I saw only a few of them. I remembered the yesterday's talk about the net and automation. I saw a few talks from our team members, like the two awesome demos about Mail and Studio. I missed the slides demo. So thanks for everybody for making good presentations. And this venue and everything, Raghu and Shiva and the team from Outbox. They also found vendors for food, streaming, like photography and everything. And then from our team, so Palkan gave me this list, and then she left her off the list. Thanks for Palkan for arranging almost everything here. And then right next, after Palkan, Mahima for arranging the venue and coordinating almost everything. The stickers, the boards, the website, for all of that, Nishant for doing the design for Frappe Build. And then this time, like insane amount of energy went into mocks. I didn't prepare for my mock, but most of the people did. And thanks for Ankush, Suraj and Faris for taking insane amount of energy and into the mock. The talks were really good. And during the presentations and everything, arranging video, screen, mic, everything, thanks for Diptanil, Babita, Akash, and Akhil. Like one of the fewest issues in any conference so far. And then for the registration team, thanks for Safwan, Arun, Nishant, and Aisha. And then some people from our team, Ayush, Soham, and Karan, they were doing side interviews with people trying to get their videos for next builds and everything. They had to miss the talks, but thanks for the interviews. And in general, thanks to Alan, Shadrak, and Asif for just doing all-around help whenever you can. I came very late the first day, and then Asif was just like hell-bent on just making sure I ate. So thanks for... And then for live streaming, though the equipment was there, thanks for Hussein, and thanks to Hussein and Diptanil. And then the two events I enjoyed a lot about this build that were like different from any other that we have done. Thanks for Ankush and Tanmay for doing the CTF. It was really interesting. I've done a lot of CTFs, and then this one made me. I didn't eat lunch when these guys released the CTF. Thanks for Hussein for doing the trivia the first day. That was also fun. Thanks to Rutra and Babita for doing merchandising for this event. I missed a lot of flash talks, but thanks for Neha and Suraj for making sure people register to talks and making sure that they get to present for those flash talks. And then thanks to our hosts, Parth and Tarun, for making sure everybody has a great introduction. And again for Asif and with him Rohit for doing mics and making sure everybody gets a proper voice in the event. that is almost the end of the list. Thanks for Rishabh for making sure every one of the. So I wanted to back off. And then Rishabh made sure ki I don't back out of the talk. Quite a few people wanted to back out. But in general, thanks to Rishabh for just making sure we do this event. Thanks for the general idea. Thanks for making sure we stay away from the likes of Guru and everything. We don't do things their way. And thanks to everybody who's listening to me since last like 10 minutes, rambling about this. Thank you so much. It is possible that I missed a few people. I'm really sorry if I missed somebody.